Witches' Spells, Vampires and Wine, Book 5. Written by Morgana Best. Narrated by Christy Bennett. Book copyright 2017 by Morgana Best. Chapter 1. I was sitting with the aunts at Mugwort Manor, having breakfast on a pleasant morning. It wasn't a wholly pleasant morning, because the aunts were bickering, but that was nothing new. The subject this time was Aunt Dorothy's homemade arthritis medication. I tell you, it was right in this cupboard. Aunt Dorothy drew herself up to her full height. The trouble was, Dorothy's eyesight was somewhat lacking, and she was staring at the refrigerator. Aunt Agnes wasted no time in pointing that out. "You haven't taken your arthritis herbs in at least 100 years, Aunt Agnes added. "Why the sudden interest in them now?" Aunt Dorothy folded her arms over her chest. "I'm getting twinges in my back and hips, so I want to take some." "And does anyone know where that old recipe is?" Aunt Agnes shook her head, but Aunt Maud spoke up. "It's mainly cat's claw, isn't it?" "Yes, cat's claw and devil's claw, and I can't remember what else," Aunt Dorothy said. "It's in that old herbal medications recipe book we had. Now where could that be?" "I remember that book," Aunt Maud exclaimed. "I think it's in the attic." Aunt Agnes huffed. "Australian houses don't have attics, Maud, as you well know." "What would you call it, Agnes? That dusty old room where we shove all our old junk and things we haven't looked at in years?" "A spare junk room," Aunt Agnes said, as quick as a flash. "Why don't you go and look in there, Dorothy?" I jumped to my feet. "I'll go," I offered. "What does this herbal recipe book look like?" "It's green," all three aunts said in unison. "And it has notes and drawings of herbs," Aunt Dorothy added. "You can't miss it. It's about so big." She demonstrated the size with her hands. "You wouldn't happen to have any werewolves chained up in cages in the attic?" I asked them. I was only half joking. "They're called shifter wolves, Valkyrie, not werewolves," Aunt Maud said. I sighed and escaped from the room as fast as I could. I had only reached the doorway when I realised that I had no idea where this attic was. "Where is the attic?" I said as I spun around. "It's not an attic," Aunt Agnes said. "It's a junk room. You go straight past my bedroom and keep going down that hallway as far as you can. The last door on your left is the spare junk room." I hurried from the room, the aunts bickering behind me. I realised I hadn't explored all of Mugwort Manor, which was why I had no idea this room existed. And why would I want to explore the place? It gave me the creeps, to be honest. I wasn't one for antiques. Sure, a nice antique here or there, but they were overcrowded and on top of each other. And then there was the fact that Mugwort Manor was dark and gloomy. It was with trepidation that I passed Aunt Agnes's bedroom door and continued down the musty hallway. I had never been this far before, and I was a little concerned about what I might find. I flung open the door and reached for the light switch. I couldn't find one. I remembered that electric lights in the early days had cords dangling from the ceiling. I pulled the cord. To my relief, the light came on. Heavy brocade curtains in an unpleasant shade of beige hung heavily over the two windows. I walked to the nearest window and tried to open the curtains, but they didn't budge. After a couple of attempts, I gave up and turned back to survey my surroundings. The rooms downstairs were cluttered, but this was something else again. Boxes were perched on top of boxes, and some had tipped over, spilling their contents onto the floor. A thick coat of dust clung to everything. Thick particles of dust danced in the few beams of sunlight. I couldn't see a recipe book, let alone a book of any kind. The items strewn on the floor were mainly vintage clothes. I carefully stepped between a row of boxes to discover a heavy pump organ against a wall. I had no idea how anyone managed to carry that heavy item up the stairs. I also had no idea if it worked, but I hoped it didn't. The last thing I needed was for my trip to the attic to prompt the aunt's memory of the pump organ and for them to start playing it. Most of the cartons were unsealed, so I peeped inside. So far, I had only come across clothes. While the room wasn't big, it was crammed full. I figured I could get lost here for a day sorting through all the mess. 5 minutes later, I noticed a thin green book on top of the pump organ. At first, I had thought it was sheet music, but perhaps it was the recipe book after all. As I reached for it, my foot caught on something which, as I was flying through the air, I managed to identify as a mummy's head snow globe. My left hand fell heavily against the green book, dislodging it from the top of the pump organ. I picked myself up and dusted myself down before retrieving the book from behind the pump organ. It was indeed the elusive herbal medication recipe book. Some dusty envelopes were stuck next to it, so I reached for them, hoping they weren't harbouring any redback spiders. There were 5 envelopes, all of which looked quite old. I turned them over one by one, but most were too faded to read. One of the envelopes was addressed in a scrawl. The envelope was addressed to the aunts, so I have no idea why I opened it. I just did so, automatically. I expected to find a letter, but there was simply a thick white square card. I gasped. On it were the words, "I have urgent news about Dahlia and Baudelaire Jasper. Come to 5555 West Gyro Road, Lighthouse Bay. Burn immediately after reading." Chapter 2. "It's a local postmark," Aunt Agnes said. Aunt Dorothy peered over her shoulder while Aunt Maud made sounds of disgust as she looked at the other envelopes. "They're all bills," she said in an irritated tone. "They seem to be a few years old," I said. "I'm sure they're nothing to worry about now." Aunt Agnes snorted rudely. "Honestly, Maud, this is something to worry about." She stabbed her finger at the card. "This date is 5 years ago, just when your parents disappeared, Valkyrie." I already knew that. Aloud, I said, "Yes, I know, because the sender says he knows something about them. If you genuinely don't know where my parents are, then this person probably did. Maybe everything would have been different if this envelope had been opened at the time." I didn't mean that to come out harshly, but it was a simple fact. Thankfully, my remark didn't set my aunts off into a round of finger-pointing, which would lead to another round of bickering. Aunt Agnes jumped up and fetched a bottle of witch's brew. "I think we need this," she said. I readily agreed. I was feeling quite sick to my stomach, nauseous even, at the thought that someone might have known where my parents were all this time. "Does this address seem familiar to you?" I asked them. All aunts shook their heads. "It would have helped if the sender signed it," Aunt Agnes said dryly. "I think it's a trap." Dorothy set down her goblet of witch's brew with a thud. Someone was kidnapped and forced to write the address. Aunt Agnes groaned. "For what purpose?" Dorothy sighed and rolled her eyes. "To lure us into a trap in order to harm us, of course." Aunt Agnes took a big gulp of witch's brew before answering. "My dear Dorothy, if anyone wanted to harm us, they would have just come here and done the deed." I broke into the conversation. "Okay, someone wanted you to go to that address so they could tell you about my parents." "I don't like it," Dorothy said. "Are you sure that address doesn't ring a bell?" I asked them. "Well, it's right out of town," Maud said. "It's in a fairly secluded area. Most of the farms there are tiny, more like 30 acres or so, you know, hobby farms." Aunt Dorothy clapped her hands. "See? A secluded area. Someone wanted to lure us out there and kill us. Her voice ended in a note of triumph. Aunt Maud and Aunt Agnes disagreed with her vehemently, and an argument broke out. I picked up the card and left the room. The aunts didn't even notice. Aunt Agnes had already promised to lend me her car that morning, as I was going to check out one of the local curtain stores to price some block-out roller blinds. I needed one in the front room of my cottage that I had turned into an office. The glare in the mornings was so bad that I couldn't even see my laptop screen. Sure, I could take my laptop into my living room, but I liked to work in a designated office space. I wondered what I would find at the address. I tried not to get too excited. It was 5 years ago, after all. For all I knew, the writer of the note could have moved on. I wondered why they hadn't made a second attempt to contact the aunts. Maybe they had fallen victim to foul play. I shook my head and concentrated on the GPS on my phone. I found West Giro Road readily enough, although I almost missed the turn-off. As the road wound its way between deserted sheep paddocks and large boulders of granite, I had some misgivings. A lot could happen in 5 years. I slowed down as I approached my destination and passed a small house with an extensive rose garden. A man was in the garden, brandishing pruning shears. I waved, but he did not respond. I pulled off to the right after I saw a little white letterbox with the number 5555. The house beyond it was still standing, and that was a plus. It was an old house, surrounded by plenty of bushes and small trees. The lawn was green, quite a contrast with the parched paddocks surrounding it, and I wondered if the house owner had bore water. Certainly no one would spare tank water to water a lawn. I parked the car, scrambled out as fast as I could, and was heading for the house when an elderly man stepped out in front of me from behind a thick bottlebrush tree. I started with fright and exclaimed, "Cat weasel!" The man clutched his throat and stepped backwards. "What did you call me? A weasel?" I hurried to explain. "Oh, I'm so dreadfully sorry. You scared me, you see. You look exactly like a favourite actor of mine. When I was a child, I used to watch reruns of an old children's show called Cat Weasel. You look just like the lead actor. The likeness is amazing." The man narrowed his eyes in suspicion. And what did this man look like? He was, a very handsome gentleman, I lied. I shook off the fleeting moment of concern that I was getting better at lying. "My name is Pepper," I said. He frowned, so I quickly added, "My aunts call me Valkyrie, Valkyrie Jasper." The man gasped, then bent forward and peered at me. "You're really Valkyrie?" I nodded. "I can show you my driver's license." He held up a hand. "No need. You look just like your mother. My name is Dr. Beckett Maxwell, but you can call me Beckett." He leant forward and wrapped his bony fingers around the upper part of my arm. "Were you followed?" He looked over my shoulder. I shook my head. "No, I haven't seen another car on the road for miles." That appeared to appease him, because he pulled me after him. I hurried to keep up with his long strides, and just outside his door he stopped and turned to me. "Don't breathe a word until I get rid of my housekeeper." He held his finger to his lips. Given the man's behaviour, I half expected his house to look like the Addams family's house, or even like the house of an alchemist, but his house was rather ordinary. It was clean with no clutter, not even any bizarre antiques. I was almost disappointed. He pointed to an old crinkled sofa and then held his finger to his mouth once more. Without saying a word, he disappeared through a door at the far end of the room. I was left alone with my thoughts. The room smelt a little strange. At first I thought it was a musty smell, But then I realised it was some sort of arcane incense. I could see smoke wafting from an incense stick on top of a bookcase on the far wall. It was deathly silent, apart from the noise of the crows calling outside. There was a sense of anticipation in the air, although it might have been simply my imagination. My right eye twitched, usually a warning sign. I considered myself lucky that I had finally found someone who knew what happened to my parents, if indeed that was the case. One thing was certain, he had known my parents, and that was a plus. I waited with bated breath to find out what he would tell me. I didn't have to wait long. He opened the wooden door and walked back in. "My housekeeper is gone. Lazy, that one," he said with clear disapproval. "Still, we need to speak in low tones in case the housekeeper comes back and overhears the conversation. It's for our ears only. Do you understand?" I tried not to bounce up and down in my seat with excitement. "Yes, I understand. Do you know what happened to my parents?" Beckett walked slowly over to take a seat opposite me. He took a moment or two to arrange a crocheted rug on the arm of his chair before looking up at me. "Your parents are safe." My parents were safe? For years I had suspected they were dead, although I couldn't bring myself to believe it. And then when the aunts had told me that Mum was next in line to Agnes in the council, and that I was safe while she remained missing, I had hoped that was the reason for her disappearance. The news that my parents were safe hit me like a ton of bricks. "Are you sure?" My voice trembled. He nodded. "Do you know where they are?" He shook his head and leant forward. "I don't know," he whispered. I wondered if that was true. "But surely you must know." His face fell. "I'm sorry. Your parents had to disappear to keep you safe. Your mother, that is. Do you understand about the succession to the council? Forgive me, dear, and I don't know how much you know." "I know about the succession to the council," I said, trying to remain calm. Either he didn't hear me, or he disregarded what I said, because he launched into an explanation of the council succession. The council is an ancient and esoteric secret organisation. No one can be voted on to the council. Membership is hereditary. Some years ago, someone started killing members of the council. There was an attempt on your mother's life. I interrupted him. "There was?" I was shocked. That was the first I had heard of it. He nodded and looked around the room wildly. "We must keep our voices down. My housekeeper knows nothing of this, and it would be dangerous if anyone found out. Yes, after the attempt on your mother's life, she and your father decided they would have to go into hiding. It was to protect you, you understand. Your mother was on the council, and if something happened to her, then you would be next in line to be targeted, and as you don't have any heirs—" He looked at me expectantly, and I shook my head. "Then the line would end with you. That would play into the enemy's hands." As I processed what he said, something didn't make sense. I knew Aunt Agnes was on the council, and my mother was her successor. Surely my mother didn't actually have a seat on the council. I couldn't tell this man that Aunt Agnes was on the council, in case it was a trap after all. So I thought for a while before speaking. "Are you absolutely certain that my mother has a seat on the council?" He nodded so strongly that his thin-rimmed tortoiseshell glasses fell off. He picked them up and perched them back on the end of his nose. "Quite so, quite so. That's why she's in hiding. It keeps you safe." "And you have no idea where they are?" My initial excitement was replaced by disappointment. He shook his head, so I added, "What were you going to tell my aunts?" I slapped myself on the side of my head. "Forgive me, I haven't mentioned that the aunts never found that envelope you sent them. I actually found it today and we opened it." He nodded slowly. "I always wondered why your aunts didn't come. Your parents asked me to send the envelope. I don't know your aunts. I've always been careful to retain my privacy, but I did do some work with your mother on more than one occasion. Your parents contacted me and asked me to send that letter to your aunts. We had a narrow window of opportunity, as it was just before your parents officially disappeared. They wanted your aunts to know they were safe. I wish someone had told me they were safe, I said bitterly. For a long time I thought they were dead. Until now, in fact. I took a deep breath and did my best not to cry. Beckett shot me a look of sympathy. From what your mother told me, you knew nothing of this life, of this world that they were in. Your aunts would have to be the ones to tell you. I know it was hard for you, Valkyrie, but your life and your parents' lives were at risk. I suppose so. I didn't say so out loud, but surely there could have been another way to let me know my parents were safe, to make sure I knew. Something occurred to me. Why didn't you make a second attempt? His bushy eyebrows shot skyward. A second attempt? What do you mean? The aunts lost that envelope amongst the stack of unpaid bills, so they never came to your address. Did you think that was strange? I was wondering why you didn't try to contact them again. Beckett frowned deeply. I assumed they had figured out for themselves that your parents were safe and thought it was too dangerous to contact me. I nodded and thought it over. I was beginning to think that the aunts truly didn't know anything about my parents' disappearance. They had kept so many things from me that I didn't trust them too much. I was sure I was on a need-to-know basis with them. I wondered if Beckett knew where my parents were and thought he shouldn't tell me. I pressed him, but he assured me that he didn't know. It wasn't safe for them to tell me where they were, he added. I was simply meant to give your aunts that message that your parents were okay and that they had to vanish for your safety. I had to send the letter before they officially disappeared, because then the other wouldn't have time to rally and track down any correspondence here in Lighthouse Bay. I was puzzled. Who are the others? He shook his head. Not the others, the other. That's the name of the faction that is allied against the council. My aunts hadn't told me that, so I wondered if they knew. You know, for the past 5 years I wondered why no one ever came. He tapped his chin. I had no idea that your aunts wouldn't open their mail. I afforded myself a small smile. My aunts are eccentric. Beckett nodded sagely. That happens to you after 100 years or so. I must make us a cup of tea. He walked through the wooden door at the far end of the room again, leaving me alone with my thoughts once more. To say I was relieved that my parents were alive was an understatement. There was a crash from the direction of the kitchen, and I figured Beckett must have broken something. I wondered if I should go to his aid, but then thought the better of it. I had heard him speak a little earlier, so I figured perhaps his housekeeper had returned. I looked around the room again and realised there was no sign of a dog or a cat, so he wasn't speaking to a pet. I turned around and looked at the bookcase behind me. He had an assortment of tastes. I spied several novels, all of them thrillers, as well as some non-fiction titles. I craned my neck to look at the titles. Foucault's Pendulum by Umberto Eco. Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramahansa Yogananda. Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse. The Secret Doctrine, Volume 1 by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. And Mastering the Art of Ritual Magic, Volume 1, Foundation by Frater Barabbas. Surely it can't take so long to make a cup of tea, I muttered to myself after an interval. I waited a few more moments and then thought I should go into the kitchen. He was taking a long time to clean up whatever he had broken, so maybe he needed help. I walked through the wooden door and gasped. Lying on the floor was Beckett, his arms flung wide, pieces of a broken teapot beside him. He was dead. Chapter 3. I stood rooted to the spot, frozen, for what was probably only a few seconds, but felt like an age, before I came to my senses and hurried over to him. I felt for a pulse, but there was none. I pulled my phone from my pocket and called 000, emergency. I told the voice I needed an ambulance and the police. I called Lucas, but he didn't pick up. My heart sank. I knew Lucas was busy. Not only had he recently inherited the winery that made most of the witches' brew in Australia, a potent brew all vampires needed to supply their vitamins and minerals, but he was also a cleaner, someone whose duty was to police all matters of vampire or shifter involvement in crime, to keep such matters from coming to the eyes of the authorities as well as the general public. I tried Lucas once more with no success, and then called Aunt Agnes. I hope you don't mind, but I went to that address on the way to the curtain store, and it was a Dr. Beckett Maxwell. He went to make a cup of tea, and I've just found him dead. I expected her to question me over and over again, but to my relief, she was straight to the point. When the police arrive, tell them he was an old friend of ours. Tell them he was a family friend, but that you had never met him. Tell him he used to call us on a regular basis. Tell them we hadn't heard from him for a while, so we sent you to check on him. Don't say anything to me now about the real reason you went there, in case this line is not secure. In fact, it's best that I hang up now. Come back as soon as you can. Are you sure you're safe, Valkyrie? I suppose so, I said. There's no sign of whoever did this to him. With that, Aunt Agnes hung up without saying another word. I bent over Beckett and once more took his pulse. I suppose it was the optimist in me. I just couldn't bring myself to accept the fact that he was gone. And how had he been dispatched? There was no blood, no sign of bruising on his neck, and whatever it was had happened quickly. I spied the biscuits on the table. None of them had a bite out of them, but maybe he had eaten one before he died. I found some cling wrap in a drawer, wrapped some carefully, and then put them in my pockets. It did occur to me that maybe he died of natural causes, but the timing was just too coincidental. He had been telling me about my parents, and then he was killed. What were the chances that he just happened to keel over from a heart attack at that very moment? I shook my head. No, this had to be murder. If he was poisoned, then whatever it was fast acting. I pulled my phone from my pocket once more and took photos of the room. Sadly, this wasn't my first murder. I took close-ups of all over Beckett's body, of the shattered teapot, of the biscuits on the tray on the table, even of the back door and of everything I could see. I could hear the ambulance sirens now and opened the back door to look out. I couldn't see a car. How had the murderer fled the scene? I walked back out the front door to let the paramedics in. As soon as I showed them to the kitchen, they ushered me out of the room. After a few minutes, one of the paramedics returned. "Are you a relative?" he asked, putting his hand on my shoulder. I shook my head. "He was a friend of my aunt's." The man frowned. "I'm afraid I have some bad news. He's deceased." Of course, I already knew that, but it still upset me to hear it officially. "Is there someone I can call for you?" he asked me. "No, but thanks for offering. How did he die?" "He was wearing a diabetic medical bracelet, but it seems it was a heart attack. That's most likely," he said. "He wasn't murdered?" I blurted out. The paramedic raised his eyebrows. "Murdered? Why would you say that?" "Oh, because it was so sudden," I stammered. "He was right as rain one minute and full of life, and then literally a few seconds later he was stone dead." The paramedic nodded slowly. Heart attacks can do that sometimes. If it puts your mind at rest, he wouldn't have suffered at all. Shouldn't he have said he had a pain in his chest or something like that? Or a pain in his right arm? I asked him. Sometimes there is no warning. He nodded, and then went back into the kitchen. I was a little upset that the paramedics hadn't realised Beckett was murdered, but then I realised that it might be a good thing after all. It was clear to me he was murdered because he was going to tell me more about my parents, and so the police would have absolutely no luck investigating this case. As I was pondering that, 2 uniformed police officers hurried into the house. "He's in there," I said, pointing through the door. The police did not spend long in the kitchen at all. They soon returned. "It's natural causes," the taller one said to me. "We don't need to be called for a death by natural causes." "Oh, I'm sorry," I said. The shorter officer shook his head. "There's certainly no need to apologise. It's good to be on the safe side. Are you a relative?" I shook my head. "He was a friend of my aunt's. I'd never met him, but they sent me to check up on him because they hadn't heard from him for a while. He seemed really happy and alive and full of energy," I added. "He said he was making a cup of tea. I heard a crash. I went in there, and he was dead. It was so fast." The officers shot me sympathetic looks. "Do you know someone you can contact about him?" the taller one asked me. "No." "What's your name, address and phone number?" the shorter one asked. "Pepper Jasper," I said. I gave him my phone number and added, "I live at Mugwort Manor." He nodded and made notes in a small notepad. "Well, Miss Jasper, you go home and have a nice cup of tea. You've had quite a shock. There's nothing more you can do now. Will you be all right to drive?" I assured him that I was. Clearly, I was being dismissed. My head was spinning as I walked outside to my car. How had the murderer fled the scene? No car had passed me. I did think I had heard a car drive away after the teapot crashed. Had someone followed me here? That was the only possible explanation. I debated whether to skirt around behind the house and look to see if there was another way out, but I was concerned the police would see me. I stood there by my car, wondering what to do. I came up with a solution. If they caught me snooping around, I would say I was looking for a pet and would take the pet home to my aunt's until Beckett's relatives could be notified. Surely the police would believe that. I walked behind the house and sure enough, there was a dirt area wide enough for several cars to park. There was one car parked there now, a dusty white Land Cruiser. I assumed it belonged to Beckett. There were tyre tracks, but too many to identify. I walked down the dirt track for over 100 metres before I came onto the road that adjoined the road on which I had come. The road was narrower there, but it was another way out. At least now I had figured out how the murderer had made his or her escape. My thought at once went to Beckett's housekeeper. Beckett had been surprised that the housekeeper wasn't there. Perhaps I hadn't been followed after all. Maybe the housekeeper did overhear what we were saying and killed Beckett. Yet surely a murderer wouldn't carry around poison just waiting to put it in Beckett's food. That made no sense at all. In fact, nothing about this made any sense. I decided to give up and go home to tell the aunts. As I was walking back to my car, the tall officer saw me. He strode over to me. "What are you doing out here?" I went with my original plan. I didn't know if Beckett had any pets, so I was looking for a pet. If I found one, I was going to take it back to my aunts. They could look after it until you tracked down his relatives. I smiled and nodded as I said it, hoping to appear convincing. It was a genuine offer, but it wasn't the reason I was out here. That appeared to do the trick. "That's thoughtful of you." I shrugged. "If you happen to find a pet, will you call me?" The officer assured me that he would. As I walked on further, the paramedics wheeled out Beckett's body on a gurney, a sheet covering him. I could not help but tremble. Whatever had happened to him? There were too many unanswered questions. I was almost to my car when I saw a man standing in the yard. He caught sight of me just as I caught sight of him, and he walked over to me. He said something so softly that I did not hear him. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" I asked him. He spoke again, and I had to stand quite close to him to hear him. "Something happened to Beckett," he whispered, almost inaudibly. "Yes," I said. "I'm afraid that he's dead." The man's hand flew to his mouth. "Dead?" Again the word was softly uttered. The man was tall, thin and pale, deathly pale, in fact. He reminded me of a storybook vampire, the ones that don't come out in daylight, and there was something about him that set my teeth on edge. "Yes, it was all very sudden," I said. "Did you know him?" I realised it was a silly question as soon as I said it. The man did not appear to mind. "My name is Alec Alden." He held out his hand. I shook his hand, and it was the most limp handshake I had ever experienced. "I am a neighbour," he said, gesturing back down the road. I realised he was the man tending to his roses outside the cottage I had passed on my way to Beckett's. "Is that your lovely rose garden?" He gave me the ghost of a smile. "Yes," he whispered. "I'm a retired school teacher, so I spend most of my time in the garden." I had to strain to hear him. He was certainly a suspect in Beckett's murder. I figured he had time to get to the house and murder Beckett after I drove past him. And if he wasn't the murderer, then he should have seen someone fleeing from the scene, if they had gone back the way I had come. I came straight to the point. "Did any cars come from the direction of Beckett's house after I drove past you?" He shook his head and quickly added in a soft tone, "I'm not a gossip. Why do you ask?" I shrugged. "No reason." Someone had murdered Beckett. I was sure of it. If this strange man wasn't the murderer and had not seen anyone driving along the road, then the murderer must have left by way of the road behind Beckett's house. It was all too strange. And if no one had followed me to Beckett's, then why was he murdered? Whoever murdered Beckett had decided to do so when I arrived. This was clearly a spur-of-the-moment decision. So how did the perpetrator just happen to have a murder weapon within easy reach at the right time? None of this made sense. Nothing added up. Chapter 4. It was only when I was about 5 or so minutes from Mugwort Manor that I realised Aunt Agnes had not expressed surprise that I had gone to Beckett Maxwell's house. After all, I had not told her I was going there. For all she knew, I had driven to the curtain store. Yet she had not reprimanded me at all. Instead, she had come up with a plan on the spot. That woman sure was good in an emergency. I rounded the second-last corner to Mugwort Manor and saw Lucas's car on the side of the road. Lucas was standing beside it, looking agitated. I was surprised to see him so. He was usually utterly cool and collected. I stopped the car and got out. "Your aunt's told me what happened," he said by way of greeting, and I was concerned that I had done the wrong thing. "I called the ambulance just in case he wasn't really dead, and the police as well. And then I realised perhaps I shouldn't have called the police at all. Maybe I should have left it to you." Lucas waved one hand at me. "No, you did the right thing. I don't want you to continue to be involved with this, Pepper. I've been called away to a case, but I needed to speak to you before I left. There's something I've got to give you before I go. Can you go back to your cottage and wait for me? Drive straight there. Avoid your aunts at this point." I was a little confused. "Do you mean I can't tell the aunts what happened?" He shook his head. "No, tell them everything. It's just that I have to leave right now, and I don't want to get caught up talking to them before I leave. Head straight for your cottage and wait there. I'll be right behind you." I frowned. Sure. I got back into my car and drove quietly up to Mugwort Manor, wondering why Lucas was being so mysterious. Sure, he was a mysterious person, but this was going a little too far, even for him. I parked the car as far from the manor as I could, and then skirted around the side of the building. I was relieved to see that Aunt Dorothy wasn't tending to her vegetable patch in the back garden. I walked to my cottage as fast as I could, hoping the aunts weren't looking out the windows, waiting for my return. My black cat Hecate was waiting for me at my gate. "Are you waiting for a second breakfast?" I asked her. I unlocked my front door and let her in. She meowed and ran straight for the kitchen. I looked down at her full bowl with amusement. "You've got plenty of food in there," I told her. She looked up at me expectantly, so I dropped a little more dry food into her bowl. She ate it greedily, as if she'd been starved for a week. Oh well, who could understand the ways of a cat? I hurried to my bedroom window and peeked behind the curtains, but there was no sign of Lucas. I hoped he wouldn't be long, because the suspense was killing me. I walked back into my living room and paced up and down a few times, when I heard a knock on the back door. I was there in double quick time, unlocking the door and letting in Lucas. "What's all this about?" I asked him without preamble. "I've been called away on a pressing case," he said. His earlier agitation had not left him. "You won't be able to call me under any circumstances because—" I interrupted him. "Is it dangerous?" Something flickered across his face before he said, "No." I was certain he was lying, but I didn't want to press him on it. After all, if he didn't say anything to the contrary, it would leave me with the illusion that he was perfectly safe. He continued, "I'm leaving my phone in my cottage anyway." He pulled a rather unremarkable-looking phone out of his pocket and pressed it into my hands. "Now, Pepper, listen carefully, because this is very important. This phone is only for me to call you. We won't be able to speak for long, and you must not use it for anything else. By that, I mean that you must not call anyone else from this phone. I can't stress the importance of this. Do you understand?" I nodded. "Sure." "You must take the phone with you at all times and never leave it out of your sight. That's just as important. Have you got all that?" "I have to take the phone with me wherever I go and make sure it's never out of my sight, and I can't use the phone for anything else apart from you calling me." I paused for breath. "And I suppose it's out of the question that I can call you?" He nodded. "You should be able to, but don't try. It's important you don't make any calls at all." What's all this about? I wasn't one for secrets. In fact, I had never been one for secrets, but my dislike of the mysterious had grown even more since I had moved back to Lighthouse Bay. "I can't tell you anything now, but I promise I'll tell you all about it when I get back. Just wish me luck." I opened my mouth, but he pushed on. "Pepper, I'm asking you not to get involved with this case. I'll deal with Beckett Maxwell's murder when I get back, but for now it's imperative that you don't do any snooping." "So you think it was murder?" I asked him. His eyes darkened. "From what your aunts told me, it would be too much of a coincidence to be anything else, but I suppose anything is possible." "Pepper, I'm asking you not to try to solve the murder. Wait until I get back. Can you do that?" "No," I answered honestly. "I'd be lying if I said I wouldn't look into it." Lucas sighed and ran both hands through his hair. "Pepper, sometimes you can be exasperating. Just promise me you won't put yourself in any danger." "Yes, I'll certainly promise that I'll try," I said, I don't enjoy being in danger, and I've been in danger one too many times lately." Lucas waved one finger at me. "Yes, because you became involved with murders." "That was hardly my fault," I protested. "They all happened right here at Mugwort Manor. This is the first murder that hasn't happened on the premises." As soon as I said it, I realised how strange it sounded. Lucas sighed. "Let's go into the back garden, shall we?" I followed him out. It was the time of day that was full of half light and the whispering of butterflies. Bees rippled above the rustle of the lavender bushes, and somewhere, not too far in the distance, drifted the sound of waves crashing onto the beach. "It'll be a while before we see each other again." Lucas pulled my hand into his. His skin was rough, coarsened from hard work, and I smiled to myself. I loved this man, the smell of sandalwood that tinged his clothes, the roughness of his jacket, the shadow of a beard on his face. I raised my free hand and brushed his cheek. "You should shave this," I said with laughter in my voice. I didn't mind the stubble, but I wanted to say something that a girlfriend would say. Who knew when I would get the chance again? It was also nice for a minute not to think about murder, and instead focus on the strapping young man leading me down the flowery path. "I'll miss you," I told him. "I know," he said, a grin spreading across his face. He threw back his head and laughed. "You're going to be lost without me." "I wouldn't go that far," I replied, but I was also laughing. "Stay away forever. See if I care." "Fine, I will." "Don't you dare," I squealed, but mostly because Lucas had pushed me against a tree and was giving me a good tickle. "You're terrible." He didn't reply. He was too busy kissing me then, thoroughly, and with the desperation of a man going off to fight polar bears, or whatever it is manly men fought when they left their girlfriends behind to solve murders and foil dastardly plots. "Do me a favour," he whispered in my ear. "I might." "Don't get murdered." "All right, but only if you do me a favour," I replied. "All right. Don't stay away too long." He kissed me again, but this time it was slow and lingering. When he stopped, I nuzzled my face into the crook of his neck, inhaling that scent of musk and wood smoke. "We should go," he said finally. Together, Lucas and I returned to my cottage. After a quick peck on the cheek and a squeeze of the hand, he was gone, leaving me to watch him stride towards his car. I had a bad feeling. Not about Lucas necessarily, but what the next few days would bring as I investigated the murder of Dr. Beckett Maxwell. Chapter 5. The aunts were sitting around the kitchen table sipping goblets of witch's brew. A large glass bowl of tossed avocado salad sat in the middle of the table. "Tell us everything, right from the beginning," Aunt Agnes said. She emptied some salad into a glass bowl for me and slid it across the table. "Bread?" she added. I nodded and thanked her. I told them everything between bites of salad, but of course I kept quiet about Lucas. "It's the new cleaner," Dorothy said loudly. Agnes leant over to her and tapped the table in front of her. "Hush, Dorothy." "We sent her home," Dorothy protested. "She can't hear us." "If she was here after I left, then she couldn't be the murderer," I said. I thought about the new cleaner, Molly Miles. She seemed a timid woman, rather bird-like, very slim with sharp features and hunched over. She looked something like a crow or a small bird of prey. There was a harmless air about her, but I certainly wouldn't want to get on her bad side. "She left as soon as you did," Agnes said. "Considering our last cleaner, Bella Barker, murdered 2 men, it would surely be too much of a coincidence to have another cleaner who is also a murderer." I nodded. Yes, 2 murdering cleaners in a row. What are the chances? Agnes shrugged one shoulder. Still, she did leave as soon as you did, but then again, it was the time she was due to leave. Come to think of it, she did seem to leave in a hurry. I didn't think it strange at the time, only in hindsight, so maybe I'm reading things into it. I know it's early days yet as far as suspects go, I said, but my money is on his housekeeper. I didn't see her at all, and Beckett thought she should still be in the house. I find it suspicious that she disappeared. Maybe she's dead, Dorothy said cheerfully. Then she wouldn't be guilty, as being dead would give her an alibi, if that makes sense. Agnes rolled her eyes. It makes no sense at all. More salad, anyone? I'd love some sourdough bread, please, I said. I spread 2 slices liberally with Vegemite and peanut butter. I figured it was a combination of the shock of the day's events and having had a light breakfast, and I took a large gulp of witch's brew. What does Lucas think? Aunt Agnes said, fastening her beady eyes on me. I shifted in my seat. Why did I suddenly feel guilty? He's been called away on an important case, and he said he'd look into it as soon as he got back. He ordered me not to investigate. The aunts burst into laughter, as if that was the funniest thing they'd ever heard. And what did you say to that? Aunt Agnes asked me. I said I wouldn't be able to resist investigating, but I did promise him I would try to stay out of trouble. Aunt Agnes reached over and patted my hand. Good work, Valkyrie. I swallowed my mouthful of Vegemite and peanut butter-covered bread and spoke again. I forgot something, and Beckett told me that the faction is called The Other. I looked around the table to see the impact of my disclosure. I was met with 3 blank faces. I knew from experience that meant they already knew, so why hadn't they told me? Sometimes the aunts were just a little too much. I was about to say something when Aunt Agnes spoke. Did you see anyone else at all? I nodded. Alec Alden, Beckett's neighbour. Have you ever heard of him? They all shook their heads, so I pushed on. There was something strange about him, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. He was very quiet, so quiet I could hardly hear what he said. He was awfully pale, ghost-like even. Did you see anyone else at all? Aunt Agnes asked me. I shook my head. Not a single soul. What's more, I didn't pass any cars on the way there, although I thought I heard a car leaving about the time that it happened. After the police came, I walked out the back and saw a parking area. The road continues on, so someone could have driven out that way. I don't suppose Beckett gave you the name of his housekeeper, Aunt Maud said. No, I said, shaking my head. No such luck. The aunts exchanged glances. We'll have to find out who that housekeeper is, Agnes said. It shouldn't be too hard to find out. Aunt Maud chopped an avocado in half with a flourish. If it wasn't his housekeeper, and it wasn't our new cleaner, then it must be someone who's been living in town. What do you mean, Maud? Aunt Dorothy said. Maud set the knife down on the table with a thud. It has to be someone who's been staying in town for a while. It would be too much of a coincidence if someone just happened to come to town on the very day that Valkyrie found that old envelope. No, that can't be the case. So it must be someone who's been living in town for a while. That adds up, I said. That hadn't occurred to me. Don't sound so happy about it, Valkyrie, Aunt Agnes scolded me. That means someone is keeping an eye on us. Aunt Maud nodded. Yes, there must be someone who is posing as a normal townsperson but keeping an eye on us. Someone who is allied with the other. And as we said, it couldn't have been a random stranger. Maybe our housekeeper overheard what we were saying about the envelope, Aunt Agnes said. Did we read that address out loud? No, I'm sure we didn't, Dorothy said. Aunt Maud disagreed. Yes, I'm sure we did. I actually couldn't remember whether we did or we didn't. I changed the subject. You know, I didn't pass a single car on the way out there, and it was a long drive to his house. His creepy neighbour said he hadn't seen another car either. Aunt Agnes snorted. Of course you didn't pass another car, because our housekeeper was following you, or maybe the perpetrator was following you. I shook my head in exasperation. No, I just told you that his neighbour said there wasn't another car on the road. I still think it was Beckett's housekeeper, because Beckett was surprised that his housekeeper had left. Aunt Dorothy frowned deeply. And you think the housekeeper drove in the other direction when she left the house? If his housekeeper was innocent and had driven back to Lighthouse Bay, you would have passed her on the way. That's correct, I nodded. The road did continue right past his house. When I say road, it was just a dirt lane, but it looked to be a well-travelled one. And there's something else we haven't talked about. Why was Beckett Maxwell murdered? What was the motive? Aunt Dorothy answered at once. Someone murdered him to stop him telling Valkyrie where her parents were. He said he didn't know where my parents were, I protested. That can't be the reason. Aunt Agnes agreed with me. If someone really did think that Beckett knew where your parents were, they would have taken him and made him tell them. They certainly wouldn't kill him. Therefore, it stands to reason that they thought he had told you everything he knew. I was exasperated once more. Then why would they kill him? It doesn't make sense. Agnes looked at me over her bifocals. It's obvious. I waited, and then waited some more, but she didn't respond. What's obvious? I finally said through gritted teeth. It's obvious that he was going to tell you something else. It would be something that would be helpful to you, but something that the murderer already knew. Does that make sense? I shook my head. No, not at all, to be honest. Aunt Agnes leant forward. Valkyrie, the murderer did not want Beckett to tell you something. If it was something that the murderer didn't already know, then the murderer would have taken Beckett and forced him to tell all. Therefore, one can only conclude that the murderer already knew what Beckett was about to tell you, but didn't want you to know whatever it was. It took me a while to process that information. After a few moments, I figured it out. And then I remembered. My face filled with heat as I spoke through gritted teeth. There's something else that Beckett said that I'd completely forgotten until now. He said my mother is on the council. The aunts looked suspiciously unconcerned. Did you know that? Aunt Dorothy and Aunt Maud shook their heads vigorously, while Aunt Agnes said, Your mother is my heir if something were to happen to me, but I am the one with the seat on the council, not your mother. But Beckett said my mother has a seat on the council too. That's just not possible. Aunt Agnes's tone was firm. The poor man was clearly mistaken. He seemed absolutely certain. In fact, my mother probably told him that. Why would she lie? I'm sure your mother wouldn't lie, Aunt Agnes said, her eyes darting from side to side. I'm sure he was confused. It was 5 years ago, after all. Or perhaps your mother told him that because she didn't want to tell him that I was on the council and that she was my heir. I stared at her, but she didn't look away. Was she telling the truth? I had no way of knowing. Still, I knew from experience that Aunt Agnes's eyes flitted from side to side when she was lying. I could hardly come out and accuse her of lying, so there was nothing I could do. I simply grimaced and filed that piece of information away for the future. There was a loud knock at the door. We all exchanged glances. Aunt Agnes rose, but Maud pulled her back down to her seat. Don't answer it, Agnes. It could be the murderer. Oh, I hardly think that murderers knock on doors, Agnes said snarkily. Maud protested further, but Agnes marched away. Maud shrugged and followed her. I was not concerned. I, too, did not think Beckett's murderer would knock on the door. Agnes and Maud presently returned with Linda. "I heard you found another dead body, Pepper." I put my head in my hands. "Why did you have to say another?" Linda smiled ruefully. "Sorry, but you know what I mean." "How did you find out?" Agnes asked her. "I just picked up the keys to my new house." Linda held a set of keys in the air and jangled them happily. "The real estate agent knew I was a friend of yours, and she told me." "How did she know?" Agnes asked her. Linda shrugged. "It's all over Lighthouse Bay by now. At least it wasn't a murder this time." "Yes, it was," I said without thinking. Linda looked shocked. I realised that Linda did not know anything about the council or Agnes's position on it, so I had certainly put my foot right in it. Luckily, Aunt Agnes recovered before I did. "He was a friend of Valkyrie's parents," she said smoothly. "Earlier today, we found a letter from him that we had overlooked for the past 5 years. Pepper went to see him because she thought he might know what happened to her parents." "And did he?" Linda asked me. I looked to Aunt Agnes for guidance. She continued. "He said Valkyrie's parents were still alive, but they had to disappear for their own reasons. He was supposed to get the message to us, but we accidentally stored the envelope away with assorted bills and only found it today." "And so you think someone murdered him because he knew about your parents?" Linda asked me. I nodded. Something like that. I noticed that all the aunts were visibly relieved. I thought Aunt Agnes quite clever, taking part of the truth and focusing on that. I didn't like to keep anything from Linda, but this wasn't my secret to keep, and what's more, it was a secret that needed to be kept for the sake of people's lives. "Do the police know it was murder?" I shook my head. "They're sure it was natural causes. Oh, that reminds me, he had a plate of biscuits, and I wondered if maybe he had eaten one of them. I took a sample and thought we could get them tested for poison somewhere." I pulled the crushed and cling-wrapped biscuits from my pocket and put them on the table. "Good work, Valkyrie," Aunt Agnes said. "We'll get these tested." I didn't want to ask her how she would, not in front of Linda. "I almost forgot. The paramedics told me he was wearing a diabetic medical alert bracelet." "Insulin could well be the murder weapon," Aunt Agnes said. "It's deadly in overdose, and he would have had some in the house, given that he was obviously a bad enough diabetic to warrant a medical alert bracelet. Did you see any sign of a syringe?" I shook my head. "No, not at all. I took plenty of photos of the scene, so if there was a syringe, it would show up in the photos." There was silence for a moment, and then Linda said, "Pepper, do you have time to come and see my new house now? We could do some sleuthing later." "That's a good idea," Aunt Agnes said. I shot her a look of suspicion. Was she up to something? Did she want me out of the way? Still, Linda did want me to go with her. "I suppose we could go to all the house cleaning services in town and ask if any of them were cleaners for Beckett Maxwell." I looked at Linda. "Are we leaving now?" She nodded. "I'll fill you in on the way." Chapter 6. Linda's new house was beautiful. It was within walking distance of the town shops and would afford her some privacy, being at the end of a battle-axe block. That is, it was a block of land behind another, and the access from the street to the house was down a narrow driveway. "The house is brand new, so the garden hasn't been done yet," Linda said rather apologetically, indicating the bare patches of dirt. I waved my arms. "It's beautiful. It doesn't need a garden to look good. This is magnificent." The house was rendered and white, with large wooden and glass double doors at the front. I had seen photos of it online, but the sellers would not allow anyone else to inspect it when Linda had made her initial and then follow-up inspections. I'm going to get some iron gates that I can lock to give me even more privacy, Linda said. You're not expecting any trouble, are you? Her comment made me rather anxious. Linda laughed. No, but murders have the habit of popping up in this town. You can't be too careful. I'm even going to get a security system, and I'll bet I'm the first person in town to have one. It was my turn to laugh. Most people in town left their doors unlocked. Linda fiddled with the locks and then opened the doors. I gasped. The inside was even more impressive than the outside. I hadn't realised at first glance that the house was built on a slight rise, and the wide entrance hall had steps that led to the rest of the house. When is your furniture due to get here? At some ridiculous hour late tonight, Linda said with a sigh. How come? Linda shrugged. Who knows? She held up her hands. It's going to be after dark. I'll have to be here to let in the men and then go back to the motel. Or maybe I'll just camp here overnight. My coffee machine's at the hotel, so I have the necessities. If you do want to camp here overnight, I can fetch you some blankets and stuff from the manor. Or better still, why don't you come back and stay with me overnight? Linda looked doubtful. I don't want to cramp yours and Lucas's style. I laughed. We don't have a style. Not yet, anyway. At any rate, he's away on a case. I might do that. Can I let you know later? It might be quite late. That's fine. I poked my nose into her ensuite bathroom. Wow, it's lovely. There was a freestanding bath next to a wall of glass with a rainforest shower. The large white tiles on the walls contrasted nicely with the chocolate brown tiles on the floor. I love your bathroom. Still, I wasn't going to stand there too long and look at it because the smell of disinfectant was pungent. So do I. Linda clapped her hands together. Come and see the rest of the house. It's just as nice. I followed her out the door and through the door opposite. I'll use this room as a study, Linda said. She walked back up the stairs at the end of the entrance hall, which opened onto a huge open-plan living room and kitchen. The bench tops were granite with a waterfall drop. I've never seen anything like this in this town, I said. It's absolutely gorgeous. Linda smiled in appreciation. Thanks. It's an electric stove, not gas, though. They say that good cooks use gas stoves, but to tell you the truth, I really don't like flames. I smiled to myself, wondering if that was because Linda was a shifter wolf and animals don't like fires. I thought it prudent not to comment. Linda pushed on. And it has a lovely dishwasher. And don't you just love this splashback? I do. I walked over to the splashback and ran my hand over it. It had a mirrored surface, but with dark, smoky glass. The whole house screamed quality. I'm going to smudge the whole house with white sage, Linda said, but I'll wait until after my furniture arrives. I think it will be a waste of time to do it now, as I'll have to do it again after the removalists leave. I nodded. Maybe you're right. OK, let's start our investigation. What do we do first? I tapped my chin. We need to track down Beckett's housekeeper. Let's start by calling on all the house cleaning services in town and ask if any of their people worked at Beckett Maxwell's house. Oh, good idea. I noticed one of the free papers had been flung onto my driveway, so I'll pick that up on our way out. Minutes later, Linda and I were sitting outside an unremarkable brick building on a side street in town. The front was overgrown with vines and had an entirely messy appearance. Hardly a good first impression for such a service, I said to Linda. She readily agreed. I'm surprised there are so many house cleaning companies in town. I thought there'd be one or two, maybe. I found the one I used to clean my new house on Facebook. I shrugged. Let's go in. Hopefully we'll uncover the information at this one and won't have to try any more. A weary-looking receptionist glanced up at us. Can I help you? She said in a monotone. "We need to find Dr. Beckett Maxwell's housekeeper," I informed her. "I was wondering if she came from this agency." "Name?" she said. "I'm afraid I don't know," I said. "That's what I'm trying to find out." The woman at once became more alert. "Beckett Maxwell? He died this morning, didn't he?" I should have known the rumour mill would precede me. The Bush Telegraph was strong in this place. "That's right," I said in the most even tone I could muster. "I was with him when he died. His housekeeper left just before Beckett died, so I wanted to break the news in person. The only trouble is, I don't have her name." "It was no one from here," she said. Linda leant over the desk. "Could you at least look it up?" "I don't need to," the receptionist said with a smile. "I'd know if one of our housekeepers went out to Beckett Maxwell's place." I figured she was right. Everyone knew everyone else's business in this town. I thanked her and all but pulled Linda out of the room. "Do you think she would really know without looking it up on her computer?" Linda asked me when we were both back in her car. "Yes, I do," I said. "You get used to this sort of thing in a small town, Linda. We'll just have to push on to the next cleaning service." "I have an idea. You know how it's usually the last place you look?" She pulled a face. "But what I mean is that every time I open a packet of incense, I always open the wrong end, without fail. Lately, just as I reach for it to open it, I flip it over to the other end. That always works." I smiled. "Yes, I always open incense packets at the wrong end too." "Why don't we reverse the order of visits to the cleaning services?" I laughed. "Sure." 5 cleaning services later, and it was clear that it didn't work the same as incense packets. Not one of them had heard of Beckett Maxwell. Sure, they knew about his death, but they all said that he wasn't a client. "Last one," I said to Linda. This one had an unassuming sign amongst numerous others on an old wooden building on the south side of town. It took the 2 of us to push open the hefty door, for I wondered how anyone else would get in. The door creaked open onto a large but dull reception room. To the right was a sign stating that the occupant was a real estate conveyancer. To the left was a sign stating that the inhabitant was a dentist. I shuddered violently. And ahead was a sign announcing that the occupant was the Beachside Housekeeping Agency. The door was slightly ajar, so I walked over and knocked. I was about to poke my head around the door when a strident voice called, "Come in!" I stepped forward, but Linda caught my arm. "Let me do the talking." She slapped herself on the head. How could I be so stupid? I looked at her with surprise. "What do you mean?" This was the company I enlisted to clean my new house before I moved in. How could I forget? I patted her arm. "You have a lot on your mind." Linda nodded and walked through the door, with me following. "Mrs. Williams," the woman said, "I trust your house was to your liking." "Oh, yes, you did a beautiful job," Linda said. The woman looked doubtful. "You've already paid, by credit card over the phone. Didn't you receive the email invoice?" "Yes, I did, thank you," Linda said. "I popped in to thank you in person because the entire house was absolutely spotless. But I also wanted to mention another matter while I was here." The woman raised her eyebrows, but said nothing. "My friend here, Pepper, was with Beckett Maxwell when he died," she said. The woman looked at me for the first time. "Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. He was a lovely man, although I barely knew him. He kept to himself and didn't come to town very often. He used to employ us from time to clean his house." "He did? Did he employ someone from here in the last week?" The woman shook her head. "No, not for years." "Would you have any idea who he did use lately?" The woman looked at Linda. "No, I don't. Why do you ask?" I spoke up. Just before he died, he was looking for his housekeeper, I said. I wanted to break the news to his housekeeper in person. Whoever it was would already know, the woman said. It's all over town. I had to think fast. Yes, but I wanted to reassure her that he didn't suffer. It was very quick. I thought she'd want to hear it from me. That's very thoughtful of you, she said. I'm sorry I can't help you. I don't have any clue as to who it could be, though. There are other cleaning services in town. I grimaced. We've been to them all. She nodded. Unfortunately, there are a lot of services. Not services as such, I mean individuals. They're not professional cleaners and they think they can make some extra money just by cleaning someone's house, but they don't do a proper job. Her comments descended into a tirade against non-professional house cleaners. When she drew a breath, we thanked her and left. What do we do now? Linda asked me. We were standing on the street in the shade of an old shop awning. I suppose we could look through recent Facebook posts, say, in the Lighthouse Bay Buy Swap Sell group, to see if anyone's offering cleaning services. I screwed up my face. We could, but that would be an awfully long shot. Why don't we have coffee at the Lotus Bean? Linda's face lit up. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and waved it at her. But first, let's print out the photos from my iPhone. I took plenty at the scene. Maybe we uncovered something. Linda grabbed my arm. Pepper, there's a man watching us. I spun around, but couldn't see anyone. Linda shook her head. He's gone. Pepper, someone's following us. I'm sure of it. Chapter 7. The chemist was the only place in town that provided a photo printout service. It was an old building in the main street, but was filled with enthusiastic sales assistants, several of whom hurried over to ask if they could be of help. The air was filled with the fragrance of numerous perfumes and cosmetics. There were 5 photo printout machines, all of which had seen better days. The bulky pale green machines were situated between the cosmetic section and the medical section of the chemist. Several people were lined up beside them, waiting for their prescriptions. The machines were all vacant, so I headed for the first one. I had not printed out photos for some years, but I had downloaded the app and hoped the process would be straightforward. It proved to be easy, after all, especially with Linda's help. This is cutting off a lot of the edges, Pepper. Can you fix it? I shook my head. I have no idea how. Can you try? Linda took over for a moment and then kicked her tongue. No, I can't seem to either. Here, why don't you keep going and I'll go and ask someone. After Linda disappeared, I continued to print out the photos. They shot out one after another. I had no idea I had taken so many, and the sound of the photos being ejected was almost hypnotic. Linda returned soon after, shaking her head. But they said these machines often cut off the edges of the photos. I groaned. Oh well, I suppose it doesn't matter. I still have the originals on my phone. I just thought it would be easier to look at hard copies rather than blowing up things on the screen, but I still have that option. After I paid for the photos, we headed for our favourite coffee spot, the Lotus Bean. The coffee here was as good as the interior design, all carved wood and attractive shades of lilac and green. The lights were copper and the hanging potted plants were real. In a retirement town, this stood out as quite modern. I remarked on this to Linda. Everyone from Australia likes to retire to the beach, she said, and even though the house prices here are high, they're still a fraction of the prices of Sydney. I agreed. The waitress waved to us from behind the counter. The usual, ladies. Yes, please, we both called back in unison. I handed half the photos to Linda. Why don't we look through them and stop if we find something interesting? Do you actually think we will find something interesting? Linda said with a smile. I laughed. Most probably not. Still, I thought it a good idea to take the photos. I'll be surprised if anything does show up, but at least we have a photographic record that might prove to be of use later. Linda screwed up her face. Well, let's hope anything interesting wasn't cut off by those dreadful ancient machines. By the time we finished our coffee, we were still looking through the photos. Don't get too excited yet, but I might have found something, Linda said. She handed me a photo. What do you think about that? My first thought is that the machine cut off most of the edges, I said. Linda nodded. In this case, it might have done us a favour by highlighting the important bit. Do you notice anything out of the ordinary? I peered at the photo. Is that what I think it is? I tapped my finger on the photo. You see it too? I nodded slowly. Does it look like a syringe mark to you? Linda moved her empty coffee cup aside. Exactly. And that's exactly what it does look like. I held the photo close to my face. Staring at it for some time made no difference. It definitely looked like a tiny puncture mark. Nothing else could do that. Mosquitoes don't leave marks like that. Linda chewed her lip. A spider might be able to make a mark like that, but surely there'd be 2 puncture marks. She leant across the table to me. Think about it logically, Pepper. If he was murdered, then something had to have killed him. He hadn't been shot or stabbed or anything like that, so it stands to reason he was poisoned. What poisons act that quickly? Before waiting for me to answer, she pushed on. None that I know of, none that are ingested, and the poison must have been administered by a syringe. He was diabetic, and an overdose of insulin would have killed him for sure. That makes sense to me, I said. What do we do now? Linda shrugged one shoulder. I suppose we take it straight to the police and show them. I said the first thing that occurred to me. They'll ask why I took photos of the scene. They'll think I'm trying to snoop. Linda waved one hand in dismissal. Don't worry about it. Just tell them at the time you thought it might have been murder, so you took photos in case the paramedics disturbed anything. I don't think they'll believe me, I said doubtfully. Who cares? Linda said. They're not going to arrest you for taking photographs. They might think you're a bit strange, but I don't know if they'll actually disbelieve you. The main thing is to show them that photo. And so, 15 minutes later, I was walking through the front door of the Lighthouse Bay police station, following an enthusiastic Linda. Linda marched straight up to the desk sergeant. I'm Linda Williams, and this is Pepper Jasper. Pepper found the body of Beckett Maxwell this morning. Could we speak to Detective Mason or Detective Oakes, please? Just a moment. The man punched some numbers into a phone. I have a Linda Williams and a Pepper Jasper here to see you. He listened for a while and then hung up before turning back to us. He'll be out in a moment. Linda and I sat down in the waiting room. There was no one else there. Oh, look, they have a new painting, Linda said, pointing to a huge picture of sunflowers on a wall. It's pretty sad that we know what the police station usually looks like, I said dryly. Maybe they were trying to brighten the place up. It sure needs it, Linda said. She was right. The floors were a dull grey, as were the walls. The paint was peeling, and the fluorescent lights overhead were flickering in a disturbing, headache-inducing fashion. The atmosphere was dark and brooding. It certainly needed a good space cleansing. I would love to get in there with my Tibetan singing bowl, my white sage smudge sticks, and my Van floor wash. So where did you say Lucas was going? Linda asked me after an interval. I held up my hands, palms upwards. I don't have the slightest clue. He didn't tell me. It seemed sudden. I agreed with her. It certainly was. Some dire cleaner business, I suppose. There's been no hint of anything strange in the local papers, not lately, Linda said. But I suppose that's what cleaners do, keep it out of the papers. Let's just hope Scorpius Everyman doesn't come back to town, I said. Scorpius Everyman was a disgraced former cleaner. He was deeply involved with the other, and it seemed he was up to his ears in the business. He had captured me once, so I certainly did not want to run into him again. I looked up to realise Detective Oakes was looming over me. "Ladies," he said in a bored tone, "please follow me." I expected he would show us into an interview room, but he took us into a cramped office. He pointed to 2 see-through plastic chairs which looked quite modern, in contrast with the rest of the building. He came straight to the point. "What's all this about?" Linda shoved the photo across the desk to him. "What does this look like?" Before he could answer, I hurried to say, "I didn't know if it was a murder or not, when I first found Beckett Maxwell like that. When I heard the ambulance sirens, I thought I should take photos of the crime scene to give to you." Oakes quirked one eyebrow, but thankfully didn't comment. "And you showed me this photo because—" His voice trailed away. Linda reached for the photo and jabbed her finger on it. "There's a syringe mark on his neck." Oakes shot her a look of disbelief. "And this is why you're here, to show me that?" Linda nodded enthusiastically. "It's obviously a puncture mark. What else could it be? No spider could kill him that quickly, and there would be 2 puncture marks. There is only one." Oakes sighed and picked up the photograph. He held it close to his nose, then held it up to the light, twisting it this way and that. Finally, he put it down on the table. "You ladies have an overactive imagination," he said. "Miss Jasper, I figure you've been involved with a couple of murders now, so you're probably seeing a murderer under every bush." He laughed. "Look, I appreciate you trying to help, but that's clearly just a freckle." "A freckle?" I said rather crossly. "It doesn't look anything like a freckle. Beckett was diabetic. It's obvious someone murdered him with insulin." "Can't you please look into it?" Linda pleaded with him. Oakes frowned deeply. "The autopsy has already been done, and his death was due to natural causes. Now, if you ladies will excuse me, I have a lot of paperwork to get through." He pushed his chair back and stood up. Linda and I exchanged glances as we followed him down the corridor. "Well, that was a waste of time," Linda said as soon as we were safely out of earshot. "Will I take you back to your place now?" I nodded. It seemed obviously a syringe mark to me. If only he would have shown it to a medical examiner." As we were walking down the steps from the police station, Linda seized my arm, her fingernails biting into my flesh. "Look, Papa, there!" My eyes followed her pointing finger, and I saw a dark shadow ducking into the cafe opposite. It was him. He was just standing there, staring at us, and when he saw me pointing, he ducked into that cafe. "Are you sure?" "Yes, I am. Should we go over there, to the cafe?" I shook my head. "No, because there's a back way out of that cafe. Well, he'll be gone by the time we get there. I'll tell the aunts what happened." It turned out that Aunt Agnes was less than impressed that I had gone to the police. "This really is a matter for the council. You shouldn't have shown that photo to the police," Aunt Agnes admonished me. Aunt Dorothy vehemently disagreed with her. "Nonsense, Agnes. You say everything is secret council business." Aunt Maud did not buy into the argument. She was busy arranging candles in a pentagram shape on the kitchen table. Agnes turned her attention to Aunt Maud. "Maud, you're going to burn down the whole house." "How can it burn down if we're sitting here watching it?" Maud snapped back. "Go and fetch a jug of water if you're worried." Aunt Agnes rolled her eyes. "Well, Valkyrie, please show me the offending photo." I handed it to her. She held it this way and that, and finally said, "I do believe you're right, Valkyrie. This certainly looks like a syringe mark to me." She handed it to Dorothy. Dorothy held the photo up to the light. "I can't see a syringe mark," she said. "Try turning the photo over," Aunt Agnes said snarkily. "You're looking at the wrong side. Not that it will help you if you look at the right side. I'm telling you, Dorothy, you need glasses." Maud took the photo from Dorothy. "Yes, that seems like a syringe mark. And you say Detective Oakes said it looked like a freckle?" I nodded. "He wouldn't listen to us." She held the photo even closer to her nose. "Yes, I could see how he would think that. It's either a freckle or a syringe mark. If you know it was a murder, like we do, then it's obvious that it's a syringe mark. But to him, given that he's sure it wasn't a murder, then it's obviously a freckle." Agnes snatched the photo back from Maud. "Since when did you become a philosopher? Will you change your name to Socrates?" "I didn't say anything philosophical," Maud protested. "Sometimes I don't know what you're on about, Agnes." "I think I should go back to Beckett Maxwell's house tomorrow," I told them. Aunt Agnes turned to me. "Why?" I had no idea why I said it, to be honest. I think I was only trying to stop the bickering. I might find some evidence," I stammered. "What if someone is there?" Aunt Agnes asked me. Aunt Dorothy nodded. "That's right. If Valkyrie goes back, she might be in danger." Aunt Agnes sighed dramatically. "I don't mean the murderer, obviously," she said in a sarcastic tone. "I meant a relative, someone like that." "I'll simply say I'm there to pay my respects, and say I was with him when he died," I said. The aunts agreed it was a good idea. "But take Linda with you if she has time," Aunt Agnes said. "I'm sure it will be perfectly safe, but I will feel better if you don't go alone." I slapped myself on the side of my head. "Oh, I almost forgot. There was a man following us today. We saw him twice." "Oh, I don't like it at all," Aunt Agnes said. "Are you sure it was a man? I must admit I've been thinking that Beckett's murderer was his cleaner." "Maybe they're in it together," Aunt Maud offered. "It could be a woman," I said doubtfully, "but it does look like a man. I haven't seen the figure close up, though." I left the aunts arguing over the possible identity of the figure and went back to my cottage. After all, there was only so much of the aunts I could take, and I had only been there 5 minutes when the phone Lucas had given me vibrated in my pocket. I nearly jumped through the roof. I had forgotten it was there. I answered it at once. "Lucas?" I breathed. His tone was urgent. "Pepper, are you safe?" I was taken aback. "Yes, I am. Is there any reason I shouldn't be?" He exhaled heavily. "No, of course not. I was worried about you, that's all. I can't speak for long. What's happened there?" I nearly mentioned the syringe mark in Beckett's neck, but caught myself just in time. "Linda got the keys to her new house and I had a look at it today. It's lovely. We had coffee." I expected Lucas to press me on the matter. He was far from gullible, but he must have been preoccupied because he simply said, "That's nice." He added, "Are you sure you're all right?" "Yes." He hung up at once. What was going on with him? He was acting strangely, and an uneasy feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. I had second thoughts and wished I had told him about the syringe mark and the man following us after all. Chapter 8. I was driving Linda to Beckett's house, remembering with sadness the last time I had driven there, only the previous day. I certainly had not expected a murder to happen. I shook my head sadly. "Are you okay?" Linda asked me. "I was just thinking about driving to this house yesterday. I sure didn't expect that Beckett would be murdered while I was in the very next room." I shuddered. "Thanks for coming with me, by the way." Linda smiled at me. "I hope we don't run into any trouble, but someone would be brave to take on a vampire as well as a shifter wolf." "We don't know who the murderer is," I pointed out. "For all I know, the murderer is a powerful vampire, or maybe even a powerful witch. Who knows?" "That's not a cheerful thought." I shot a look at her. "True. I certainly hope we don't run into any trouble today." I drove into the front yard of Beckett's house, as I had last time. The house looked the same, obviously uncaring that its former inhabitant had been murdered. The flowers were blooming happily, the sun was shining, and brightly coloured red and green rosellas were perched on the tree overhead. "Someone is here," Linda said, reaching across my elbow. "Where?" I asked in alarm. She pointed to the window. "There, inside. I saw a shadow pass across the window." I shook my head. I was about to say something when I saw that the front door was open. "It does look like someone is here," I said. "I hope it's not the murderer. Should we drive away?" I considered it for a moment. No, it could be just a neighbour. Think about it logically. Whoever murdered Beckett had plenty of opportunity to murder me too, and didn't. I don't think I was in any danger. I said it more to convince myself than to convince Linda. She nodded and we both got out of the car. I nervously walked towards the front door, with Linda behind me. I knocked loudly. "Is anyone home?" I called out. A man suddenly appeared at the door, making us both gasp. "Who are you?" he said abruptly. "I'm Pepper Jasper, and this is my friend Linda Williams. I was with Beckett when he died, so we wanted to come out and pay our respects. I mean, I know he lived alone, but I figured that his relatives might be here to take care of his affairs. I hope we're not intruding." "Not at all. Please, come in." He opened the door for us and we stepped inside. While the three of us were standing there awkwardly, I sized up the man. I was never good at guessing age, but he was definitely over 30. If he was a vampire, he could be over 300 for all I knew. I realised then that I hadn't asked my aunts if Beckett Maxwell was a vampire. "Please sit down," the man continued. "I'm Weston Maxwell. Beckett was my uncle. I was about to make some coffee. Would you like tea or coffee?" "Black tea would be nice," I said. "I'll have the same too," Linda said. Weston nodded and headed for the kitchen door. His departure left me with an awful feeling. I leant across to Linda. "That was the last time I saw Beckett alive," I told her. "He went through the door, just like that." Linda reached over and patted my knee. "Don't let it upset you," she lowered her voice. "Just remember why we're here." I nodded. We were off to a good start. Weston hadn't kicked us out. To the contrary, he seemed keen to have visitors. I scanned the room once more. Nothing seemed out of place. The same esoteric volumes were sitting on the shelf. But then I noticed the cardboard boxes in the far side of the room. It seemed that Weston had wasted no time packing up his uncle's estate. Linda cleared her throat. "Pepper, get something of Beckett's, in case your aunts want to do a spell." "What kind of spell?" I asked her. She shrugged. "Who knows? Isn't that what you witches do?" I nodded. "Thanks, it's a good idea." I spotted a pair of tortoiseshell-rimmed glasses on the bookshelf next to me. I snatched them and put them in my pocket. Weston presently returned with a tray, on top of which were 3 porcelain cups and saucers. I recognised the pattern as Royal Albert Black Old English Rose. It was probably the least dainty of all the china patterns. The pungent smell of Weston's coffee wafted over to me, and for a moment I regretted my choice. Still, I was well and truly over-caffeinated, having had several cups of coffee that morning. He placed our cups in front of us and then took a seat opposite. "I'm sorry it's so stuffy in here," he said. "My uncle wasn't one for fresh air, or daylight for that matter." I resisted casting a glance at Linda. I had the impression that there was no love lost between him and his uncle. Weston continued. "So you were with my uncle when he died?" I nodded. Yes, it was a terrible thing to happen. I was not actually with him at the very time. I faltered before pushing on. You know, not at the time he actually died. I was sitting here, just like I am now, and Beckett said he would make me a cup of coffee. I heard a crash and wondered whether he needed help, but by the time I got there, he was already, well, gone. And I called the police and ambulance immediately, I hastened to add. He nodded. So it was sudden. He didn't suffer. I shook my head. No, he seemed right as rain. That's why I was so shocked to find him like that. He didn't complain about heart pain or anything. He looked absolutely fine. Weston appeared to be processing the information. You weren't arguing at the time or anything, were you? He asked me. I was shocked. No, absolutely not. Weston shook his head at me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. It's just such a shock, that's all. If it had been Francine Finnegan with my uncle when he died, I would have been sure she had brought on the heart attack. Francine Finnegan? I asked him. As she and your uncle didn't get on? Weston grunted. I probably shouldn't say things like this at such a time, but my uncle and Francine got on well. Too well, if you get my meaning. She was a little too close to my uncle. In fact, she drove a wedge between us. Linda spoke for the first time. So you and your uncle weren't close? Weston leant forward and put his head in his hands. I'm ashamed to say that we did argue from time to time. I must admit I was a little annoyed that my uncle left his entire estate to Francine's charitable foundation. I sat upright. This was newsworthy. He did? That's strange, when you were his nephew. That's exactly right. Weston's tone was nothing short of furious. So what charitable foundation does this woman have? Linda asked him. He snorted rudely. She's the director of the New South Wales Inland Long-Nosed Bandicoot Protection Society. I looked at him as if he was joking. For real? For real, he echoed. His tone was rueful. I don't think I've ever seen a bandicoot in real life, Linda said, wrinkling her nose. They look like rats, Weston said. His tone was severe, and I realised that there was no love lost between Weston and bandicoots. There are about 20 species of bandicoots. They're the size of rabbits and are marsupials. A marsupial is a mammal that gives birth to underdeveloped young and then raises it in a pouch. Linda and I exchanged glances. Every Australian child knew what a marsupial was. Oh, that reminds me, I said, tapping my chin. When I was here talking with your uncle, he was looking for his housekeeper. He expected his housekeeper to be here. Weston appeared shocked. Are you sure? I didn't know my uncle even had a housekeeper. Maybe she was new. He looked decidedly uncomfortable. What is it? Linda prompted him. Maybe there wasn't a housekeeper, Weston said. Maybe my uncle was covering for the fact that Francine Finnegan was in his house, and he wanted to pass her off as his housekeeper. Well, surely that wouldn't be a shameful thing, I asked him. Francine Finnegan is married, Weston told me. I'm sure her husband would not be happy to find out that my uncle and Francine were consorting. Linda shot me a look. I knew what she was thinking. Could this be a mundane murder? Could Francine's husband have found out about her affair with Beckett and murdered him? Or did Weston do it out of spite, because he wasn't included in the will? On that note, I asked, surely you get to keep the house. Bandicoots won't need this house. I injected as much sympathy into my voice as I could. Weston grimaced. No, the house and land are being sold. They were left to Francine as well. Only the contents were left to me. But I'm going to keep some things for sentimental value and my uncle's books. But what will I do with all this old, musty furniture? He waved one arm around the room expansively. I'm going to call the Salvation Army and donate the lot. That's terrible, I said. My mind had drifted away from the matter of inheritance to the question of whether or not Beckett had been a vampire. I needed to know if there was any witch's brew in the kitchen, but I had no idea how to find out. I could hardly march straight in there, not with Weston here. And if there was any witch's brew, then Beckett had kept it hidden. I had not seen any the day I found his body, and there had certainly been no bottles of witch's brew in the photos. Weston nodded slowly. And how did my uncle seem to you? Happy, I said. He seemed happy. I'm glad you were with him then, Weston said. It puts my mind at rest. I'm glad he didn't suffer. Linda and I nodded. The funeral is tomorrow, he added. You're both most welcome to attend. The funeral, I thought. They're always a good source of information. Aloud, I said, Thank you, we'll be there. And so will my aunts, if that's all right. They were friends of his. I thought I saw something flicker across Weston's face, but he recovered immediately. Of course, all friends of my uncle's are most welcome. We sat around for a few more moments, awkwardly, and the conversation dried up. I stood up and Linda followed my lead. Oh, thanks so much for your hospitality, I said. I'm sorry about your uncle. Weston nodded and reached for our teacups. I'll take them to the kitchen, I said. He made to stop me. Oh, there's no need. I insist, I said with a smile. I grabbed my teacup and hurried to the kitchen before he could stop me. Linda clearly didn't know what I was up to, but thankfully followed my lead. She took her cup and stepped behind me in front of Weston. As I approached the kitchen sink, I pretended to trip and upended the last of my tea onto the floor. How dreadfully clumsy of me, I said. Linda, find something to clean this up with. Maybe in a cupboard? I gave her a pointed look. I opened the cupboard under the sink, but it was only full of household chemicals. I'll clean it up, Weston said. Please don't apologise. He had procured a towel from somewhere and proceeded to mop up the floor. Linda and I shook his hand and then walked out the front door. I gave him a small wave, and then we got in my car and left. I had only just turned out onto the road when the creepy pale man appeared in front of me. He stepped in front of the car so swiftly that I had to slam on the brakes. That's the neighbour, the one I told you about, I hissed at Linda. I pulled the car over to the side of the road and we both got out. This is my friend Linda, I told him, and he whispered something so softly that we could not hear what he said. I turned to Linda. This is Alec Alden. They shook hands and Linda took a step backwards. I figured she was having the same response to him that I'd had. Is there any more news on Beckett's death? He whispered. Linda took a step closer to him. I'm sorry, what did you say? Is there any more news on Beckett's death? He repeated in the same soft tone. What do you mean? I asked him. He bent over. I sensed a malicious air about him, but it might have just been my imagination. Was he murdered? Linda heard him this time. What makes you think he was murdered? The expression on his face did not change. I don't think he was murdered. I was simply asking if he was murdered. It seems strange to me that a healthy man would die so suddenly. I did not know how to respond, so I changed the subject. Beckett mentioned that he had a housekeeper, I said. We've been looking all over town for the housekeeper, so I could tell her that Beckett didn't suffer at all. Would you happen to know her name? He mumbled something else, but I couldn't hear him. I nodded. After a few moments, he nodded to us and walked in the direction of Beckett's house. Did you find anything in the cupboards? I asked Linda as soon as we drove away. She laughed long and hard. Now, after you did your fake tripping over and spilling of tea act, I realised you wanted me to look in the cupboards. I was that obvious? I asked, dismayed. She stopped laughing. Only to me. I don't think Weston would have been suspicious. Anyway, what did you want to look for? Witch's brew. Oh, she shook her head. No, there was nothing that looked like witch's brew. There were no wine bottles. There were no bottles at all. My spirits fell. My whole charade had been for nothing. "Why were you looking for witch's brew?" she asked me. I swerved to avoid a rabbit. "I wanted to know if he was a vampire, of course." "Why didn't you ask your aunts?" I shot her a look. Surely it couldn't be that simple. "Okay, could you call them? My phone is in my handbag." "Doesn't this car have Bluetooth?" Linda asked me. I pulled a face. "Yes, it does, but my aunts aren't Bluetooth savvy. The demographic for such modern technology is under 100 years old." Linda called Aunt Agnes and then held the phone to my ear. Aunt Agnes answered at once. "Valkyrie, is everything all right? Are you safe?" I bit my lip. That was exactly what Lucas had asked me. Was I being paranoid, or was there something both my aunts and Lucas knew that I didn't know? "We're fine," I said. "His nephew, Weston Maxwell, was there. Have you ever heard of him?" "No, I haven't. Did you speak with him?" "Yes. He was very polite and offered us a cup of tea. He told us that his uncle was having an affair with Francine Finnegan and that she inherits everything. Have you ever heard of her?" "Yes, she's very well known around town. She bullies her husband Frank. Francine is a highly pretentious socialite. Why that man is still with her is anybody's guess." "That's interesting," I said. "Anyway, the main thing I wanted to know was Beckett Maxwell a vampire?" "Of course," Aunt Agnes said. "Isn't that obvious?" I felt like a fool. Well, it wasn't really obvious to me. "He knew your parents, so of course he was a vampire." "Or did his nephew know he was a vampire? Or is his nephew one too?" "I've never even heard of his nephew," Aunt Agnes said. "Anyway, I really didn't know this Maxwell guy at all. Now, Francine Finnegan is another matter entirely." I rounded the corner and all but ran off the road as a ute came around on the wrong side of the road. "Idiots!" I snapped. Linda shrieked and dropped the phone, throwing her arms out in front of her. "Hello, Valkyrie, are you there? Who's an idiot?" Aunt Agnes said, after Linda retrieved the phone from the floor and put it against my ear. "Some idiots in a ute were driving on the wrong side of the road," I told her. Luckily, I was able to drive off onto the grass on the side of the road, and there wasn't a ditch there. "Anyway, can you come to the funeral tomorrow? Weston invited us all." "Good idea," Agnes said. "Any luck finding his housekeeper?" "No, I'll tell you about it when I get home." "I have a bad feeling," Agnes said. "Something wicked's brewing, you mark my words." Chapter 9. I hadn't been to this church before. Nothing like a traditional church, this building was expansive and light, and architecturally nothing like a church building at all. The ceiling was one big skylight. I imagined it looked amazing in the night time. "I've never attended a funeral in this church," Aunt Dorothy said in a stage whisper. "Shush," Aunt Agnes said, waving a finger in her face. "You're speaking too loudly. I think you need hearing aids as well as glasses." Aunt Dorothy snorted. "Don't be so rude, Agnes. And what does it matter if I say I've never attended a funeral in this church? It doesn't seem to be a normal church. What sort of church is it?" "I don't like funerals, by the way. They're all doom and gloom." Aunt Agnes rolled her eyes. "Now, everyone, we need to find out the identity of Beckett's housekeeper." "If he even did have a housekeeper," I reminded her. "Weston might have been pretending to have a housekeeper to cover for the fact he was having an affair with Francine Finnegan." "And speak of the devil," Agnes said, elbowing me in the ribs. "There's the woman in question now." She indicated a large, portly woman who looked as if she were dressed for a ball rather than a funeral. Her dramatic dress of long black lace even had a slight train and sported a wide belt fastened by 2 silver and audaciously large clasps. "Is that a beehive on her head, the poor woman?" Dorothy said, leaning forward and holding the seat in front of her. "And maybe someone should call pest control." "It's a fascinator," I told her. "Yes, dear, it might be fascinating for now, but it won't be so fascinating if those bees get loose and start stinging people," Dorothy remarked. Aunt Agnes leant forward and put her head in her hands. She recovered after a few moments. "A fascinator is a small object like a hat that people wear on their heads, usually to go to the races," she explained. "Well, she's come to the wrong place," Dorothy said. "Does she think she's at the Melbourne Cup or something?" I stifled a giggle, but Linda didn't fare so well. She was shaking and clutching her sides. "Your aunts are too much," she said, when she could finally speak. "You're telling me. I just can't see that woman with Beckett." Linda shrugged one shoulder. "They say opposites attract." Right on cue, the woman bellowed out, "Frank!" Everyone in the church stopped speaking and all heads swiveled to the door. The unfortunate man, who I assume was Frank, walked in. He looked younger than Francine and was tall and dark. Even from where I was sitting, I could see he had a henpecked air about him. "Yes, dear," he said as he trotted over to Francine like an obedient puppy. "Hold my handbag," she bellowed as she thrust a large black handbag into his chest. He took it and smiled at her. She must be a very wealthy woman, or surely he'd leave her, Dorothy said in a stage whisper. "I hope this funeral isn't going to be a trial," I said to Linda, rolling my eyes. She grinned. "At least it might be entertaining." Weston was up the front, speaking to the minister. As he turned around, he caught my eye and waved. "Is that the nephew?" Aunt Agnes asked me. I answered in the affirmative. "He's probably the killer," she said. "He doesn't have a motive," I countered. "He doesn't inherit anything. Francine Finnegan is the one who inherits everything, and her husband has a motive, because Francine and Beckett were having an affair." "If the nephew is to be believed," Aunt Agnes pointed out. "And you're forgetting something, Valkyrie. We don't think Beckett was murdered for mundane reasons. Have you forgotten?" I had to admit that I had. "It's still a possibility, though," I added. Aunt Agnes looked less than impressed. The minister walked up to the pulpit, clearly a signal that the funeral was about to begin. Everyone stopped talking, but then a collective gasp went up from the crowd as people with tambourines danced into the room. They danced up and down the aisles, banging their tambourines, as a band took its place on the stage and belted out a loud rendition of "If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands." It took me a while to shut my mouth. It wasn't what I had expected from a funeral. When the tambourine players finally sat down and the band stopped playing, the minister spoke. "Welcome, one and all," he said in an animated voice. "This is a happy occasion, because our dear brother Beckett has gone to be with the Lord." With that, there was a drum roll, and a woman ran up and down in front of the stage waving multicoloured flags. "This is not an occasion for sadness," the minister said. "Let us all join in a hymn of 'Oh, Happy Day.'" "I think we've stumbled across a film set of another Sister Act movie," Aunt Dorothy said. "Do you think Whoopi Goldberg will come? I've always wanted to get her autograph." "I think you've lost your marbles as well as your hearing and your eyesight," Aunt Agnes snapped. "Hush, Dorothy. You're making a spectacle of yourself." Linda leant forward again. I assumed she was laughing. The minister nodded to the band, and at once the tambourine dancers came back, accompanied by the flag-waving lady. Some of the congregation danced in the aisles as well. "Best funeral I've ever been to," Linda said between chuckles. I was sitting between Linda and Agnes. Agnes leant across me to Linda. Be that as it may, we are here to gather information. Assuming Beckett did have a housekeeper, then we need to find out who she was, and we need to find out more about this Frank person. I thought you said he wasn't murdered for mundane reasons, I said. Yes, but we need to find out as much as we can. Knowledge is power. Weston gave a rather touching yet short eulogy, and for a while I thought he would be the only one to speak. But then another man stood up. He was stooped and wiry, and I guessed about Beckett's age. Beckett Maxwell and I had been neighbours for a long time, and we didn't always see eye to eye, he said. I only wish we had resolved our differences before his passing. It would always haunt me that we didn't. Beckett was a private man, but a good one. The world will be poorer for his passing. Nice speech, but cliché, Dorothy remarked. This isn't a speech competition, Agnes hissed. I elbowed Aunt Agnes in the ribs. There's that creepy neighbour we told you about. I nodded in the direction of Alec Alden. He was wearing the same clothes as he had been wearing in his garden, white trousers with cream leather shoes, but this time he had added a dark blue double-breasted suit coat with gold buttons. I see what you mean, she whispered. There's something a little strange about him. After some more tambourine banging and dancing, interspersed with scripture reading, the funeral was over. Now, girls, be on your toes, Aunt Agnes commanded us. Gather as much information as you can, and although it might seem mundane and nothing to do with Valkyrie's parents, don't discount anything. Everyone had been invited to another building, which turned out to be almost as large as the church building itself. Every manner of food covered the table, meringues, lamingtons, pavlovas, and an assortment of cakes. I tore my eyes from the food and looked around the room. It was then I realised that the police were conspicuous by their absence. Clearly, they were still convinced that Beckett's death was by natural causes. Weston walked over to me. Thank you for coming. It was a lovely service, I said. Your eulogy was quite touching. Once more that strange look passed over his face. I'm glad you thought so. This is a difficult time. The man who spoke after you, I take it he was a friend of Beckett's. I hoped Weston would open up and tell me something about the man, and I was in luck. Yes, that was his neighbour, Jeff Curry. He and my uncle had a love-hate relationship for years. The road that continues past Beckett's house goes past Jeff's house, but it was quite an old farm cottage, and Jeff was building a new house on the other side of his farm. He wanted access through Beckett's land, and the two of them argued about it for months. I was confused. I thought you said the road ran straight past, though. Weston shook his head. The road runs past Jeff's old house, but he built a new house up on the hill directly behind Beckett's house. He wanted to build a road through Beckett's land. I nodded. I could see why Beckett wouldn't want that. Weston frowned. No, Beckett actually didn't mind that, but he only agreed for the road to run through his place to Jeff's new house. There is a road that runs parallel to the public road, and Jeff wanted the new road through Beckett's house to join it. Beckett put his foot down about that. He didn't mind people driving through his land to Jeff's house, but he didn't want it to become a major thoroughfare. Jeff wanted access from his house onto both roads. I can see the problem, I said. Still, I couldn't see it would be a reason to murder someone, but I suppose neighbour disputes were sometimes a motive for murder. Jeff excused himself and walked away to speak to the minister, while I found myself next to Francine Finnegan. She was stuffing a piece of lamington in her mouth, and little bits of shredded coconut had settled on her chin. She caught me looking at her and turned. You have something to say to me? She snapped. Oh yes, I thought I recognised you. You're something of a celebrity, aren't you? I said, hoping to flatter her. Aren't you the director of that very important charity that cares for the bandicoots? Francine appeared at once mollified. That's me. She beamed at me widely. Such a worthwhile cause, I said, scrabbling for words. Yes, it is. She stuffed the rest of the lamington in her mouth and finished it off with one gulp. Her hapless husband arrived by her side. She rounded on him. What's that? She shrieked, pointing to what was in his hand. He appeared completely unconcerned by her attitude. You asked for coffee, he said calmly. That's not coffee, she said angrily. Instant does not count as coffee. When I said to fetch me a coffee, I meant from a cafe. Now you've wasted all this time. Head straight to the nearest cafe and get me a decent coffee. Yes, dear. Frank smiled, put the polystyrene cup of unwanted coffee on the table, and hurried from the room. I looked across the other side of the table and caught Linda's eye. Was Frank for real? If I were him, I would be biding my time until I did away with her, or at the very least divorced her. She was utterly unbearable. Or maybe he liked it. Who would know? It had to be working for him, given that they were still married. Aunt Agnes beckoned to me, so I hurried over to her. Our cleaner isn't here, she announced. Did you expect her to come to Beckett's funeral? I asked her. I'm not sure. If she killed him, then perhaps she would come to his funeral. Or maybe she wouldn't. Agnes appeared to be talking more to herself than to me. Did you find out anything useful, Valkyrie? I nodded. I found out information about his neighbour, but I'll tell you later. Have you found out anything? Yes, I was speaking to Joyce Batson. Do you remember her, Valkyrie? She owns one of the local antique stores. Yes, I went with you to her shop once. Or Beckett was a client of hers. He bought antique pieces from time to time, not furniture as such, more bric-a-brac. He liked Victorian glassware, namely Mary Gregory glass, and old books, although she said she wasn't a book dealer. He particularly liked blue Mary Gregory glass. I managed to interrupt her. I mean, did you find out anything that might be relevant to his murder? Aunt Agnes looked dismayed, not being able to continue talking about antiques. Yes, I asked her if she thought Francine had murdered him and made it look like natural causes, given that she inherits everything for her bandicoot charity. Aunt Agnes paused for effect. I prompted her. Go on. She said Francine's bandicoot charity is fraudulent. Her charity is for the southern brown bandicoots, which mainly only exist on the north shore of Sydney, and certainly not out here at Lighthouse Bay. Joyce did say she was sure Francine and Beckett had something going on. She doesn't like his nephew Weston because she says he is sneaky. What is sneaky about him? I asked, intrigued. Agnes made a face. No idea. She didn't elaborate. She did say she felt sorry for him not inheriting and it all going to Francine. She also said Francine has treated her husband, Frank, badly for years, but it must be working for him because he's made no attempt to leave her. That was exactly what I had been thinking, but I had no chance to reply as the phone given to me by Lucas vibrated in my pocket. I excused myself and headed straight for the bathroom because I couldn't let my aunts know that I had a special phone from Lucas. I'm fine, I said by way of greeting. No need to worry. That's good, Lucas said. I miss you, Pepper. Is everything okay there? Yes, we're at Beckett's funeral, I told him in a whisper. I'm hiding in the bathroom speaking to you. That's good, he said. Be careful, Pepper. Beckett was murdered, and you could be next on the list. I need to tell you that... His phone crackled, and the line went dead. Chapter 10. The aunts and I were sitting around the kitchen table. Aunt Maud was still arranging candles in a pentagram. It was something that should have taken 50 seconds, but had taken her considerably longer than that. "I'm just not sure of my choice of colour," she lamented. "It might help if you told us what you were doing," Agnes said, and for once Aunt Dorothy agreed with her. "Isn't it obvious?" Aunt Maud said, winkling up her nose. "If it was obvious, we wouldn't be asking," Agnes said in a weary tone. Maud moved one of the candles a little to the left. "I'm doing a protection spell, of course. That's why I've chosen purple candles, although I'm not too sure about the colour. They're not a very nice shade of purple." And I said it was obvious, not only because I'm using purple candles, but also because I'm burning dragon's blood, frankincense and myrrh incense in the middle of the pentagram. That combination is known as fiery wall of protection, as you all well know. Maud held up her hands, palms outwards. "I know we have a lot of protection around Mugwort Manor, but you can never have too much protection, can you?" I hadn't told the aunts what Lucas had said, for the reason that he didn't want them to know he was in contact with me while away on his case. Still, I wanted to convey my concern that he thought I might be in danger. I didn't know how to bring up the subject, so I finally blurted out, "I think I might be in danger," and all the aunts looked shocked. "Why would you say that, Valkyrie?" Aunt Maud said. I felt my face flush red. Just a feeling." "With Lucas away, and with the police thinking it was death by natural causes, it falls to us to find out the identity of the murderer," Agnes said firmly. "If Valkyrie is in any danger, she will remain so until we find the culprit. Let us look at what we have so far, namely, Beckett's neighbour, Jeff Curry, and that dreadful woman, Francine Finnegan. There is also Francine's husband, Frank. As far as we know, these people would all have mundane motives, and we are fairly certain that Beckett's murder was something to do with the other. And are we all agreed?" We all nodded, and I sneezed as a draught blew the fiery wall of protection incense right under my nose. Aunt Agnes pushed on. "If we think of suspects who might be associated with the other, we have Beckett's mysterious housekeeper, who is yet to be identified, Beckett's nephew Weston, and our cleaner, Molly Miles. For this reason, I suggest we commence our investigations with these people. Francine Finnegan or her husband Frank could well be working for the other," Aunt Maud pointed out. "You're right," Agnes said, "but that is less likely. I suggest we start with the likely suspects first and then work our way down the list. We also need to consider both Beckett's neighbours, Jeff Curry, and the strange one." "Well, how can we investigate Weston?" I asked her. "I've already been to Beckett's house and spoken to Weston. I don't have an excuse for going to Weston's house, and I don't have any questions left to ask him. After all, I can't come straight out and ask if he murdered his uncle. I agree that we have to investigate him, only I don't have a clue where we could start." I stopped speaking and looked around at the sea of blank faces. Aunt Agnes was the first to speak. "Do you know what he does for a living?" "I don't have a clue." "Are you suggesting I find out where he works and visit him there?" Aunt Agnes shrugged. "It was just a thought. If we knew where he worked or what hobbies he had, then maybe you could pretend to run into him. For example, if he plays golf, you could just happen to be playing golf at the same time. If he's in a running club, you could join." I didn't like the sound of either of those suggestions, especially the running one, and I said so. "I see where you're going with it," I added, "but if he is the murderer, he will find it far too suspicious." "I have an idea," Aunt Dorothy said. "Why don't we whip up a spell to make the murderer reveal himself or herself, and we can place the spell and a name paper with the person's place of residence, kind of like a foot track, only not a foot track, if that makes sense." Aunt Agnes scowled at her. "It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever," she snapped. Aunt Maud stopped staring at her candles for a moment and looked up. I think it's a good idea. Aunt Agnes appeared surprised. You do? Maud nodded. Let's cook up a spell that will make the murderer do something to reveal their identity. We will need to take something from each person, personal concerns. Do you mean a piece of hair or something? I asked her. She nodded. A piece of hair or toenail clippings or the like. You don't want me to break into Weston's house and steal his toenail clippings from his bathroom, I hope. I was only half joking, but my spirits fell when I saw their faces. What a good idea! Aunt Agnes rubbed her hands together with glee. I held up both hands, palms outwards. There is no way I am breaking into that man's house and stealing his toenail clippings. That's fine, dear, Aunt Dorothy said. He might not have any toenail clippings available. Just get some hair from his brush. Thankfully, he isn't bald. I looked at them as if they had gone mad. That's a crazy plan. A quick look around the table revealed that the aunts did not share my view. We'll cast an invisibility spell, Maud said. My jaw fell open. You can do that? That was mind-boggling. Not literally, Maud said. An invisibility spell simply keeps the attention of the police away from you. You don't want to be arrested for breaking and entering, do you? No, I began, but she interrupted me. There are lots of things you can use to keep the law away. We always have tansy and red brick dust under our welcome mat at the front door. But other good herbs to keep the law away are devil's shoestrings, fennel, oregano, black mustard seed, asafoetida, and bergamot. I'll make you a mojo bag to carry on your person, and then the police won't come when you break into his house. Are you all completely serious about this? I asked them. Do you seriously expect me to break into Weston's home and find some personal concerns? Aunt Agnes tapped her chin. There is an alternative. What is it? I asked eagerly. You could just go up to him and pull out a piece of his hair, she said. I groaned and put my head in my hands. We'll try to think up better ideas to get personal concerns from the others, Aunt Agnes said in an encouraging tone. Why don't you just start with Weston? Linda can help you. She can stand guard while you break into his house. She stopped and shook her finger at me. Now, I see that look on your face, Valkyrie, but I'm sure it's perfectly safe. We'll simply find out where he works and where he lives. I'm sure he lives alone, as he didn't have a partner with him at the funeral. When he's safely at work, you can break into his house. What if he has a security alarm? A back-to-base alarm? I asked her, shuddering at the thought of collecting ghastly toenails and then being arrested. The aunts seemed to think that was terribly funny. No one locks their houses in this town, Aunt Agnes said. We do, I pointed out. She shrugged. We're vampires, she said, as if that made perfect sense of everything. Aunt Agnes was busy tapping away on her phone. That's not good, she muttered. That's going to make things difficult for you, Valkyrie. I didn't like the sound of that. Why? I asked, when she made no further comment. He's a sheep farmer. His farm is quite close to his uncle's house. Relief flooded me. That means I can't break into his house and look for his toenails, I said, trying to hide my relief. Nonsense, Aunt Agnes said brightly. Sheep farmers leave the house from time to time. I am sure of it. What do you think, Maud? Maud was still rearranging the candles and looked up when she heard her name called. Yes, whatever you say, Agnes. Well, maybe I should wait until it's sheep shearing time or something like that, I said, narrowing my eyes. You call Linda and ask if she'll help you, and I'll see if I can find out where Weston is today. How are you going to do that? I asked in disbelief. Aunt Agnes shrugged and continued tapping away at her phone. I texted Linda and told her that the aunts had a harebrained scheme and asked her if she would accompany me in visiting a suspect. I failed to mention that we would be doing something illegal. "There's a clearing sale today at a farm not far from Weston's," Aunt Agnes said. No sheep farmer can resist a good clearing sale. "What if he isn't in the market for a tractor or fencing wire or whatever they sell at those things?" I asked her. Aunt Agnes made a huffing sound. "Clearing sales are social events more than anything," she informed me. "And the good news is that no one on a farm locks their house. You can march straight in and find toenail clippings or hair from a brush." Aunt Maud finally stopped fiddling with the candles and crossed to a kitchen dresser. She retrieved some plastic bags and handed them to me. "These will do nicely." "You're really going to make me do this, aren't you?" I said. "It's entirely up to you," Agnes said. "Perhaps you have a better idea how to procure some hair or toenail clippings." I had to admit that I didn't. And so, armed with Weston's address, I headed for Linda's new house. "What?" Linda shrieked. I had collected her from her place, but had not told her the whole story until we were on the way. "This is a joke, right?" she asked. I shook my head. "I wish." "We're really going to do something illegal," Linda said. "And what if Weston isn't at this clearing sale after all?" I sighed long and hard. "Look in the back seat. The aunts gave me one of the cakes they baked yesterday. Our cover story is that we brought him the cake." Linda wrinkled her nose. "Why would we take him a cake?" She held her hands skyward in a gesture of disbelief. I shrugged. "The aunt said that if he was home, I should tell him that they sent the cake. It's a vanilla sponge cake." "This just gets worse and worse," Linda said with a shake of her head. We continued on to Weston's farm, fervently hoping he was at the clearing sale. Linda was guiding me with the GPS on my iPad. Alec Alden was out in his front garden, pruning his roses. He waved to us as we went past. "Oh no, he saw us," I lamented. "Does he spend all day pruning his roses? It's a wonder he has any roses left." "This is not good," Linda said. "When he sees that we don't go to Beckett's house, he might guess we went to Weston's house, and he might tell Weston he saw us. He's so close to Weston's house." "How do you know that?" I asked her. "The GPS on the phone," she said, waving it at me. "Go straight past Beckett's house and on down the road." "You know, Weston could walk to Beckett's house from his house," I remarked. Linda clutched her throat. "That's hardly encouraging. What if he murdered his uncle and then scurried back to his house? That could be why you didn't see another car out the front." "I already told you that cars can park behind the house," I said. "Come on, let's grab this cake and get this over with." The house was unremarkable and had seen better days. It was a rather horrible house, to be honest. The peeling paint was a pale shade of sickly green, and the house itself looked to be perched unsteadily on its piers. As we walked up the rickety wooden stairs, they all creaked. The wraparound porch was entirely covered in with fly screens. It was as hot as hell in there. I banged on the door and waited. When there was no answer, I called out, "Weston, are you home?" "We should have gone to the back door," Linda said after an interval. "Everyone goes to the back door in the country." I followed her along the wraparound porch to the back door. Several dirty pairs of R.M. Williams boots sat haphazardly outside, as did several dog bowls with flies buzzing around some of the uneaten contents. "It seems he is at the clearing sale," I said. "Well, he must have taken his dogs with him." My remark was punctuated by barking. "He's got a lot of dogs out there," Linda said, pointing to all manner of kelpies and blue and red heelers on long chains attached to kennels in his backyard. "He must have other dogs as well," I told her. "My aunts told me that farmers have working dogs that they keep chained up outside, and then they sometimes have one or two pet dogs that they treat as, well, pets and keep in the house with them." Linda shuddered violently. I knew what she was thinking. She was a shifter wolf, and she was afraid of the chains. I reached for the back doorknob, but she shook her head.
What if he's outside working on the property?
Then in that case, we'll have to be fast, I said. You keep the cake with you in case we need it to use as an excuse, and I'll grab the personal concerns. It sounded like a good deal to me, but Linda complained. Why didn't your aunts put this cake on a proper plate instead of on a paper plate? It's wobbling. I shrugged and tentatively opened the door. It opened directly onto a huge kitchen with an old wooden table in the middle. The kitchen looked like it belonged in a museum for the 1950s. It was colourful, but not in a good way. The kitchen sink was pink, a colour matched by the laminate countertops either side. The walls were an unpleasant shade of pale blue-green. Mercifully, the tiles behind the kitchen sink were cream, providing some relief. The cupboards and drawers were a deep sea green, while the curtains were of thick white lace, yellowing on the edges. The floor itself was a nondescript colour of fading linoleum. Why don't you stay here on guard? I said to Linda. Call me if you see anyone. I'll sprint for the bathroom and grab the first thing I see. Without waiting for a response, I headed into the house. The kitchen led to a small hall in which was a giant refrigerator and then straight into a living room. The television wasn't on, and I could see some open doors. I hoped Weston wasn't fast asleep. I tried to control my breathing and continued on down the hall until I came to a bathroom. It was in a far better state, much to my surprise. In fact, it was decorated in a lovely Federation style. Sadly, it was not clean. A shaver sat on the right side of the vanity, as did a filthy cake of soap. A sudden thought occurred to me. What if Weston never clipped his toenails? For all I knew, they could be excessively long and even curling over. I shuddered at the thought. I pulled the plastic bag out of my pocket and looked in the little rubbish bin beside the vanity. I couldn't see any toenail clippings in there, and I most certainly wasn't going to put my hand inside it. I opened the 2 cupboard doors, but they were full of household cleaning chemicals. I pulled open the top drawer and to my relief saw a wide-toothed comb. I grabbed the comb with my left hand and with my right hand pulled out all the bits of hair stuck in it. I shoved them in the plastic bag and put the bag in my pocket. Just as I turned to open the door, Linda burst in. There was a dreadful sound behind her, a noise I had assumed was approaching thunder. "It's a blue heeler," she said in horror. "He was asleep in the corner of the kitchen. As soon as I saw him, he woke up and went for me." The dog was making fearsome sounds on the outside of the door, scratching and growling and throwing himself at the door. I shook with fear. Blue heelers, popularly known as Australian cattle dogs, were renowned for being very protective of their owners and their owners' property. That dog would tear us to shreds as soon as I look at us. "The cake!" I exclaimed. Linda was clutching the cake to her. She had all but crushed it, but I'm sure the dog wouldn't mind. "Open the door a little and throw some of the cake out. Mind your fingers." "Are you sure?" Linda asked me. She appeared to be on the verge of tears. I nodded. "Get ready." I braced the door with my foot and my shoulder and then opened it about an inch. All I could see were flashes of long teeth and flying drops of spittle as the dog tried to get his head through the opening. "Quick, Linda, now!" She squeezed a bit of cake through the opening, and then there was silence. "I think this is going to work," I said, after I had safely shut the door and latched it. "How can we risk it?" she said. I pointed to the walls. "There are no windows in here. Either we stay here until Weston comes back home, and if he's the murderer, then it won't go well for us. And if he isn't the murderer, then we have to explain why we broke into his house. Our only way out is past that dog." Linda bit her lip. "I have an idea. Let's put pieces of cake on the ground, leaving a trail to the other side of the bathroom, and when the dog runs in here, we'll jump out and shut the door behind us. I hesitated. It sounded like a really silly idea to me, but I couldn't think of anything better. "Okay," I said after an interval, "let's do that now." We put chunks of cake along the bathroom floor. "Hopefully he'll charge in so fast that he won't have time to turn and we can slip out," I said, having visions of the dog's long teeth tearing at my legs. Linda and I looked at each other. "Let's both get behind the door and you slip out first. Before you do, drop a piece of cake on the dog to give him a taste for it," I said. My breath was coming short and fast. I was doing my best to hold myself together. I thought I might faint, given that my heart was beating out of my chest. I put my shoulder and the ball of my foot against the door and then said, "Ready?" As soon as I opened the door a little, Linda dropped a piece of cake out the opening. There was a terrible sound as the dog devoured the cake. "Now," I said. I pulled the door open. I saw a flash of fangs as the dog burst into the room, growling ferociously. Linda jumped out, and I jumped out behind her in one fluid motion. I pulled the door shut just as long yellow teeth snapped at the door. "I can't believe that worked," I said to Linda. She was trembling. "Quick, lock the door," she said. I shook my head. "It only locks from the inside. Let's make a run for it. With any luck, we'll be able to reach the back door before the dog gets out." I tapped myself on the head. "Linda, I have vampire speed, so I can outrun the dog." Linda burst into hysterical giggles. "Why didn't I think of that?" She trembled again as the door banged and shook heavily. The dog was on the other side, throwing himself against the door. If I wasn't holding onto the door handle for dear life, the impact would bounce the door open. "You go ahead and open the back door for me," I said. "Call out when you're there, and then I'll come." Linda nodded and ran out of the room. Soon I heard her call out, "Ready, Pepper!" I was at her side in seconds, due to my enhanced vampire speed, but the dog was right on my heels. Linda flung the remainder of the cake on the paper tray at the dog, and we both slammed the door shut. We peeked through the window to see the dog viciously devouring the last of the cake, as well as the paper plate. I turned to Linda. "Let's get out of here. Maybe Weston has another pet dog." Fueled by that thought, we both sprinted to my car. Due to my vampire speed, I got there first. I was in the car and had the engine running before Linda even reached it. "Did you get some personal concerns?" she asked, after we had been driving in silence for a minute or so. Thankfully, I did. I pulled the bag out of my pocket with one hand and showed her. Chapter 11. The aunts had been excited about my success with Weston's personal concerns, so they decided to get the next set from Francine Finnegan. With that in mind, they had invited her to high tea and had implied they would donate to her charity. Late in the afternoon, the four of us were sitting around the living room at Mugwort Manor, awaiting her arrival. The silverware had been cleaned within an inch of its life, and all the antique furniture had been thoroughly dusted and polished to a high sheen. The aunts looked as if they had swallowed one too many prunes, their lips tightly pursed. "Remember to keep that expression on your faces," Aunt Agnes said. "Francine Finnegan is a terrible snob, and she won't respect us unless she thinks we're terrible snobs as well. Now, if only we could name drop." "I know," Aunt Maud piped up. "We do know a celebrity. Remember when there was that riding academy next door, and one of the members of a royal family travelled to Australia to instruct the members of the academy in show jumping? He used to come in here to use our kitchen and make himself some coffee, because there were no facilities at the riding academy next door. He was such a nice man." Aunt Agnes harumphed. A nice man? He got my best friend's daughter pregnant. She was 20 and he was married. They were having an affair the whole time he was here.
I was conscious that my mouth had fallen open.
Did he pay child support? I asked her. He paid them a huge sum in hush money, Agnes said, and bought my best friend an A-grade show jumper. That's a horse, by the way, if you were wondering, Valkyrie. Now, does that bone china look all right to you? I frowned at the segue and looked at the elaborate setting. The china is all Shelley, green daisy chintz in the oleander shape, Agnes said. It's vintage. What, not antique? I asked in surprise. Agnes was usually a stickler for Victorian antiques. Aunt Agnes snorted rudely. Francine would not appreciate an antique. She's lucky I brought out my good Shelley setting for her. See the gold handle and the gold trim around the scalloped edge. It's too good for her. Now, Agnes, Maud said in a soothing tone. Remember that she's only here so we can procure some of her hair. That appeared to calm Agnes. Quite so. I had to admit, the 3-tiered cake stands in the centre of the room were an impressive sight. Looking around the room, I felt I'd fallen onto a film set of Downton Abbey or a Miss Marple movie. Beautiful roses topped vintage glass pedestal stands, and little sandwiches cut into quarters and minus their crusts adorned the bottom rows of the tiered cake stands. The middle rows held scones with jam and cream, and the top rows held every manner of cake. Tiny cupcakes, pretty butterfly cream cakes, strawberry-topped pastries, and flourless chocolate cakes with cinnamon cream. It was a mouth-watering assortment. I was doing my best to resist snatching one and popping it into my mouth when the door chimed. They're here, Agnes said, striding to the door. She presently returned with Francine. Francine was wearing a too tight, bright red lace dress. Her lipstick was bright red, as was her blush. Her hair was pulled back severely at her forehead, but fell to her shoulders at the back. A huge silver contraption that looked something like a buckle perched on top of her head. I assumed it was responsible for keeping the hair from her forehead. I was relieved that her hair fell freely behind her, because that would make it easier for Aunt Agnes to take a strand. Oh, I thought your husband, Frank, would be accompanying you, Dorothy said in surprise. Francine looked down her nose. Frank has duties to attend to at home. We were off to a bad start. One way or another, I'm sure my aunts would collect some of Francine's hair, but this meant we had to do something extra to obtain hair from Frank. And as far as mundane suspects went, he was at the top of my list. Agnes showed Francine to a Victorian grandmother chair, upholstered in pale blue velvet. Francine stooped over it and then dusted the seat with one hand. I thought that awfully rude, but then again, she wasn't a pleasant person. Whatever had Beckett seen in her? What is that overpowering smell? She asked in a strident tone. She spoke with a plum in her mouth, in a highly affected North Shore Sydney accent. That's fiery, Dorothy began, but Maud cut her off. That would simply be the open fire. She gestured to it. Thankfully, Francine didn't comment that the fire wasn't burning. I was already bored, and she had only just arrived. Would you like a cup of tea? Aunt Agnes said. We have a selection: oolong tea, various black teas, and royal Yunnan tea. Francine continued to look down her nose. I don't suppose you have yin long tea? Her question was smug, as if trying to catch out my aunts. Aunt Agnes smiled at her. Indeed we do. It happens to be my favourite, the subtle flavours of peach with a hint of tartness. I'll fetch some for you now. After she left the room, a silence so heavy it was tangible descended. Aunt Maud looked increasingly ill at ease. Finally she spoke. "We happen to be good friends with a member of the royal family," she said. Francine appeared to be shocked, but then recovered. She did look awfully impressed. "My goodness gracious me," she said. Maud nodded. "We haven't seen him in some time, but he used to give show jumping lessons when a riding academy was housed right next door to Mugwort Manor. There were only bathroom facilities there, so he used to come and go here as he pleased, making himself a cup of tea or coffee. We had lunch with him on many an occasion." Unfortunately, Dorothy decided to chime in. "Yes, and he got Agnes's best friend's daughter pregnant. It was a scandal. Not because she was underage, she wasn't, but because he was married at the time to Princess—" "Ouch! Maud, why did you kick me?" I hurried to intervene. "We are interested in your good cause, protecting the bandicoot," I said. "That's admirable work. Whatever made you decide to pursue the preservation of bandicoots?" Francine did her best to recover from the shock. "Bandicoots are in danger," she said. I nodded and waited for her to continue, and she didn't. "Do you have a particular affinity with bandicoots?" I prompted her. "Yes." I tried again. "Are all bandicoots endangered?" "My charity focuses on the southern brown bandicoot," Francine said in an overly posh voice. "Those are the most endangered of all the bandicoots. They exist only in two main populations, the first around the national parks of northern Sydney and the second in the southeastern part of New South Wales." "A bandicoot bit me once," Dorothy said. "It bit me right on my thumb. It bled and bled. I thought it was a rat fastening on me, of course, so I screamed and screamed. The bandicoot ran away. A neighbour was here at the time, and he said that it was a striped bandicoot, not a rat. And I was pleased, of course, because I didn't want to get the plague, and I know rats carry the plague, or they used to at any rate. Do you remember the Black Plague?" Agnes had returned with a teapot and shot Dorothy a withering look that managed to silence her. "Yes, you must tell us more about the endangered bandicoot," Agnes said, pouring tea into Francine's cup. I wondered how she was going to get a strand of Francine's hair, but at least Francine wasn't wearing a fascinator this time. "The southern brown bandicoot is officially an endangered species," Francine said in a monotone. "They are the size of a very large rat, with a relatively short nose and ears, yellow-brown or dark grey fur on its upper body, tail and feet, with a belly ranging from cream to white. They can be distinguished from the long-nosed bandicoot as it has a long nose, and they have a short nose. They are mostly active before dawn and after dusk. They eat underground fruiting fungi and—" "Fascinating," Aunt Agnes said loudly in what was clearly a lie. "Could I interest you in a delectable scone, Francine? And you must tell us how we can donate to your worthy cause." Francine delicately reached for a chocolate cake and not so delicately shoved it into her mouth. A second one followed, and then a third, and conversation halted as we all ate. After a while, I caught Agnes nodding slightly to Maud, who stood up and left the room. I knew what was going to happen next. Maud was going to cut the power, and in the darkened room, Agnes was going to take a strand of hair from Francine. I was sure it wouldn't go over at all well. I wasn't keen to see how it would all play out. The lights went out, casting the already gloomy room into pitch darkness. Agnes's voice rang out. "I'll just find the power. Excuse me if I bump into someone, because I have to feel my way out of the room." A few moments later, she said, "I'm terribly sorry. Who did I bump into just then?" "It was me," Francine said. "It's perfectly all right, Agnes. Please continue on your way." And only a minute or so later, the lights came back on, and Francine looked none the worse for wear. I was surprised that Agnes had pulled off the whole thing so skillfully. Agnes returned to the room. "It must have been the coming thunderstorm tripping the power," she said. "I haven't heard any thunder," Francine said with a frown. Agnes removed the now empty 3-tiered cake stand from in front of Francine and replaced it with a full one. "Please, Francine, help yourself to another cake. Yes, the thunderstorms often skirt around here, but come close enough to the coast to cut our power." Francine did not appear to be listening and popped another cake into her mouth. "Poor Beckett was a great proponent of your cause," Agnes said. Francine jumped and her cheeks went bright red, an intensity of colour matched only by her lipstick. "He was the greatest contributor to the charity," she said. "He will be sorely missed." Agnes nodded. "Yes, he will." Apparently, the mention of Beckett was too much for Francine because she stood up. "Thank you for your hospitality, ladies. I've bought a brochure about the southern brown bandicoot and where you can donate. Thank you again for inviting me." She threw down the brochure, snatched up her handbag, clutched her stomach, and headed for the door. As she turned around, I gasped. I had expected that Agnes would pull out one strand of hair from the woman's head, but Agnes had cut a sizable chunk, leaving a jagged gap. Half the back of Francine's hair was missing. Chapter 12. Once again, I had enlisted Linda to help me. She didn't seem too thrilled with the prospect. "But he'll be suspicious," she complained. In fact, she had protested the entire way to the Finnegans' property, which was a considerable way out of town. I shook my head. "No, I'm sure he won't be. He'll really believe our story." I hoped I sounded convincing, but I wasn't too sure about our plan either. "Do you actually think he'll believe we're university students wanting to take hair samples to test for iron contamination in the population of Lighthouse Bay?" Linda asked me, a look of disbelief on her face. I shrugged. "Why not?" "Maybe because his wife has been complaining that a large chunk of her hair has suddenly gone missing." Linda frowned deeply. Sure, it's hair," I said slowly. "So there is that in common, but we're not asking to cut a piece out of his hair. We're only asking for a few strands of hair. What's the worst that could happen?" Linda folded her arms over her chest. "He might scream abuse at us and kick us out of his house." "Would that be so bad?" I said in a pleading tone. "Either he'll kick us out or he'll give us a hair sample. Besides, you saw him at the funeral. He isn't the type to stand up to anybody. He seems quite meek and mild." Linda snorted rudely. "Sure, with Francine, that is. He's a total pussycat with her, completely browbeaten. He might be vicious with everyone else." I opened my car door. "I suppose we're about to find out. Let's get this over with." I jumped out of the car, and to my relief, Linda did too. She was still muttering to herself, but at least it looked like she was going to go through with it. Just as I walked around the car, Linda caught my arm. "Are you sure that dreadful Francine isn't home?" "I'm absolutely positive. She's at the weekly lunch for the Country Women's Association. Aunt Agnes is there, keeping an eye on her. She will call us if she leaves. It's all perfectly safe." Linda glowered at me. "Okay then. I just hope he doesn't ask to see ID." I must admit I did feel somewhat intimidated walking up to the Finnegans' house. It was more a mansion than a house, a truly magnificent late Federation Gothic building that had been fully restored. Rumour had it that it used to be an orphanage, and before that a gathering place for some sort of ritual magic. Some years ago a developer bought it and turned it into several townhouses, and then the Finnegans bought it and converted it to one residence. The building was an imposing liver brick with pale cream brick and stone dressings. It was 2 stories tall, with a steeply pitched iron roof, and featured several turrets. Everything about it screamed expense. "It looks as though they should have a butler," Linda said in awe as we walked up to the front porch. I raised the heavy iron knocker and knocked, before Linda pointed to an electronic button. I pressed that for good measure. I half expected a butler to answer the door, but there was no response. "Maybe no one's home," I said, after I had pressed the buzzer for the 5th time. "We should go around the back," Linda said. "No one goes to the front door in the country. I've learnt that by now." "I don't think that custom applies to mansions," I said. "But you're right. We should go around the back. Maybe Francine has him doing duties in the garden." And we walked out along a hawthorn hedge and into a formal garden surrounded by spectacular purple jacarandas and bright red, aptly named flame trees. Frank was bending over a large urn on a paved area near an ostentatious water feature. He looked up, startled to see us. "Hi, I'm Pepper and this is Linda," I said, walking over to him. I wondered if he would recognise us from the funeral and wondered whether that would make matters better or worse. "We're both studying environmental science at the local university, and we're taking hair samples from the residents of the area to check for iron contamination," I said, all in one breath. "We only need 1 or 2 strands of hair," Linda said. I held out a plastic bag. "I'm terribly sorry to bother you, but would you mind just ripping out a bit of your hair and sticking it in the bag?" I fought the urge to break into hysterical laughter after I used the words ripping out. Linda shot me a look. "Only 1 or 2 strands," she said with a wide smile. "Did you say you're from the university?" he asked us. He seemed as affable as ever. We both nodded. "Yes, we're going door to door asking for hair samples," I said. "It's completely anonymous. We just want to check for iron levels. We don't label your hair or anything. It's just so we can practice testing iron levels in hair, and we need a cross-section of the population in town." The more I spoke, the more unbelievable it sounded to me. "Do either of you know what a cane toad looks like?" he asked. For a moment I thought I had not heard him properly, but he pointed to the ground. I spotted a rather ugly-looking frog next to the urn. "Someone told me that frogs' mouths turn up at the corners, while toads' mouths turn down," I said. I took a closer look at the creature. I actually can't tell whether its mouth turns up or down. "I feel sorry for cane toads," Frank said. "It's not their fault that they were introduced to this country to eat the beetles that were detrimental to cane sugar production. Rabbits came to Australia with the first fleet in 1788. I assume they were food animals, but some were released into the wild so people could hunt them. Foxes were introduced to Australia to be hunted less than 100 years later. Now, all 3 species are seen as pests, but it's not their fault. Cane toads have a bad reputation." I pulled a face. "They're poisonous, though." "Only if you eat them," he said, "or if you get their toxin on you." "A lot of native animals do eat them," I pointed out. "Cane toads are responsible for many deaths." Frank did not respond, but bent over the toad. I took another look. "It could be a pobblebonk frog. I know they do look like cane toads. Don't frogs mainly come out at night? I've heard that cane toads come out through the day, and it's daytime right now. Still, I thought cane toads were only in Queensland." Frank shook his head. "To the contrary, a breeding population has been found just south of here." I took a step backwards. Linda looked up from her phone. "I just Googled it, and it said that cane toads' front feet aren't webbed, and they do little hops rather than leaping like a normal frog." With that, the creature in question ducked under a bush. "I think that was a hop rather than a leap," Frank said, more to himself than to anyone. "I think it was a cane toad. I'll have to catch it with a net and relocate it. If my wife finds it, she'll kill it. Please don't mention it to her." We assured him that we wouldn't. He continued to look at us for a few moments, and then, to my utter shock, reached up and tugged at his hair. He pulled out a few strands and dropped them into the plastic bag and handed it to me. "Thank you so much, I gushed. We both hurried back to the car and he followed us. When I reached the car, I looked back up at him. He was standing, his hand against the wall of his house, looking at us. He gave a little wave and then turned away. "Maybe Francine drugs him to keep him placated," Linda said. "I don't think he's the killer, because he can't kill a cane toad." I shook my head. "Many serial killers can't bear to kill insects and things, but kill people," I told her. She shot me a look of disbelief. "Where did you hear that?" I shrugged. "I have no idea, to be honest, but I'm sure I saw a documentary that said that."
"Oh, I don't think it's him," Linda said. "If he's going to save a cane toad, then he can't kill a person. Anyway, the whole thing was completely weird." "I'll say, I went entirely off script, so I was surprised that he gave us some of his hair. I hope this works as well the next time." Linda held up both hands. "The next time? No, this is the last time. I'm not helping you with any more of these wild hair procuring schemes." I hurried to reassure her. "This is the last one. The aunts guaranteed me that they're going to take hair samples from their new cleaner." Linda laughed. "Are they going to give her the same university story? She won't fall for that. She won't think your aunts are uni students." I laughed too. "No, they've got some other scheme cooked up. Linda, see that little white car parked down the road? I'm sure it's been following us." "Why don't you turn the car round and drive straight at it so we can get its number plate?" she said. "Good idea." I turned the car round slowly, and as soon as I straightened up, I floored it. Unfortunately for us, the other car took off as fast as it could. "It's getting away," Linda said. "Go faster, Pepper." "He's going way over the speed limit," I told her. "There's no way I'm driving that fast, especially not on these dirt roads." This proves that it wasn't Francine who was following us, or her husband either. "Oh, we were fairly sure it was a man following us, though," Linda said. "So that cuts out Francine anyway." I shrugged. "Maybe the murderer paid someone to follow us. Maybe there's more than one person in on it. The murderer might have an accomplice." Linda shuddered. "Now there's a cheerful thought." As I rounded the next bend, the white car appeared behind me. "Linda!" I yelled. "It's going to ram us!" Chapter 13.
"Can you outrun it?" Linda asked me, her tone filled with fear. "Not a snowball's hope in hell," I said, "not in Agnes's car." My heart was beating out of my chest. I had no idea what to do. "Can you call the police?" Linda whipped her phone out of her handbag. "Good idea," she said, as she punched in the numbers. "Police!" she called into the phone. After a moment, she said, "We're in an isolated area driving back to Lighthouse Bay, and there's a big car threatening us." She had the phone set to loud, so I heard the other party. "How is the car threatening you?" the voice asked. "He's going to ram us. He's so close to us that if we put on the brakes even slightly, he will hit us." There was hesitation, and then the voice said, "Has the car rammed you?" "Not yet," Linda said. "The person is driving very dangerously. They're so close we can't even see a number plate. My friend's driving and we're scared." "What is your location?" the voice asked us. "We're 25 kilometres west of Lighthouse Bay on the Innis River Road," Linda said, looking over her shoulder. I was driving as fast as I safely could, but there was a bend ahead. "Brace yourself," I said to Linda. I took the corner as fast as I could within the bounds of safety, all the while being afraid the car would hit us, but it didn't. It stayed the same distance from us, but didn't make contact. "I'll inform the police," the voice said, and hung up, much to my disgust. "What's it doing now?" I asked Linda. I didn't want to take my eyes off the road even long enough to look in the rearview mirror. "I can't see if it's a man or a woman," Linda said. "The windows are very dark. I mean, they're tinted, and very darkly tinted. I can't see inside the car at all." "Is there anywhere ahead where they might try to run us off the road? A bridge or a cliff or something like that?" I asked her. "Do you remember?" "I can't remember anything like a cliff," she said. "I think there are a few bridges. Oh yes, there's one not far from here." My heart caught in my mouth. "Do you think he intends to run us off the road when we come to the bridge?" Linda clutched her throat. "I hope not. Pepper, do something." "Like what? I'm all out of ideas. Why hasn't he hit us yet?" Linda didn't respond, and I wasn't going to look at her. My palms were sweating, but I dared not take a hand off the wheel to wipe it on my jeans. I felt dizzy from sheer terror. Just then, the phone in my pocket rang. It was the phone Lucas had given me. What to do? If I didn't answer it, Lucas would worry, given that he had instructed me to keep it on me at all times. If I answered it, then Lucas would worry even more, because I was being chased by a possible homicidal maniac. "Linda, can you get that phone out of my back pocket, answer it, and hold it to my ear?" "I don't mean answer it, I mean press answer and hold it to my ear." "Should you be talking on the phone at a time like this?" she said rapidly. "It's Lucas," I said. She fished in my jeans pocket by way of response, pressed the button, and then held it to my ear. "Lucas, I'm in the car with Linda," I told him. "How are things?" he asked me. "I'm driving." That at least was the truth. "Pepper, I have—" The line disconnected. Linda pushed the phone back in my jeans pocket. "Why don't you slow down?" she asked me. "What do you mean?" My mouth was so dry I could barely speak. "Well, he hasn't hit us yet, so if he intends to run us off the road at a bridge, he won't do anything now. He can easily outrun us, and he hasn't bumped into the back of this car, so if you slow down, it will confuse him." "He might ram us if we slow down," I protested. "Try, Pepper, try." Okay. I slowed down ever so slightly and gripped the steering wheel, but the car did not ram us as I had feared it would. I slowed down a little more. Encouraged, I slowed down to 80 kilometres per hour. The car maintained its distance. "Pull off the road," Linda said. "He obviously has no intention of hitting us here, or he would have done so already. But we can't go as far as the next bridge. If you pull over, we can get his number plate and tell the police." I wasn't convinced, but the other car still hadn't rammed us. "Okay, I'll try." I slowed down to 60. The car blew its horn but maintained its distance. Linda grabbed my arm. "Over there. There's a wide verge ahead. Go off the road there." I slowed down to 50, and the car blew its horn again. I wasn't game to slow down anymore, so I hit the edge of the road quite fast. I was scared of spinning the car when I braked hard, but I managed to keep it straight, and the other car accelerated past us. I turned off the engine and slumped over the steering wheel, shaking. I looked up, realising I hadn't looked at the number plates. "Did you get the plates?" I asked Linda, and she was white and trembling. "No, there was mud all over them. That was obviously deliberate because it hasn't rained in ages." "What should we do?" I asked her. "Is there another way back to town? I'll bet you anything he's waiting up the road for us." "He probably didn't want to ram us because it would have left evidence on your car, paint markings and things like that." She pulled her phone out of her handbag again. "I'll see if there is another way back to town." After an interval, she sighed. "No, This is the only way. What are we going to do, Papa? He probably wants to push us over a bridge. Actually, there'd be paint marks on the car if he did, I pointed out. But if he hasn't rammed us yet, there's a good chance he doesn't want to push us into a river. Do you want to risk it? No, but I can't see we have an option. We have to go back to Lighthouse Bay sooner or later. We can't stay here forever. If only Lucas was in town, I lamented. I could call him and he'd come and get us. Linda clutched my arm. Here's another car. An old battered ute pulled up next to us. There were several kelpies in the back and a red kelpie in the front seat with 2 men. The men both jumped out of the car. Car trouble, girls, the first one said. I wound down my window. To tell you the truth, someone just ran us off the road, I told them. We were too scared to drive back to Lighthouse Bay because we thought he might be waiting ahead for us. Who was it? The second one said. No idea, I said. There was mud all over his number plates. He'd been tailgating us for a long time. And when Papa slowed down, he blew the horn at us, Linda said. It wasn't just a matter of being tailgated. I can see you girls are shaken up, the first one said. We'll give you an escort back to town. He went back to his ute and pulled out a rifle. If this bloke turns up again, he'll have to answer to this. He moved the rifle up and down by way of emphasis. Thank you so much, I said. Linda echoed my heartfelt thanks. We don't want to see you girls in trouble because of some blighter, the first man said. You go ahead of us and we'll sit behind you. What did the car look like? It was a white 4-wheel drive, I said. I don't know the type. It was dirty, though. Both men clearly thought that was awfully funny. All cars that come out on this road get dirty, the first one said. Now don't you worry, girls. If we see a bloke in a white 4-wheel drive and he gets too close to your car, we'll fix the blighter's lead deficiency. We thanked them again and drove off. Good Samaritans come in all shapes and sizes, Linda said with a nervous laugh. And what did he mean by a lead deficiency? I shrugged and looked in the rear vision mirror, relieved to see the men close behind us. I think he meant a bullet. Linda nodded. I see. After a few moments, she added, You know, that driver might have just been trying to scare us. Otherwise, he would have rammed us for sure. Why would someone try to scare us, though? I asked her. Maybe he was warning us off. Perhaps he didn't want us to get too close to Frank Finnegan. Either Frank or Francine might be the murderer, or maybe they're in it together. But the driver might have been warning us off because we visited Frank. I digested that for a few moments. Or perhaps the driver was warning us off simply because we're investigating the murder. It mightn't have anything to do with the Finnegans. It might be just a coincidence that he did it after we visited Frank. After all, the Finnegans' property is way out of town. That makes sense, Linda said. You know, I'm surprised we haven't seen that white car again. I was sure he'd be waiting up the road a little way. I almost wish he would have another go at us, I said, so those guys behind can scare the driver. Linda chuckled. I don't know what we would have done if those guys hadn't come along. I was relieved when we reached the outskirts of town. I pulled over and Linda and I got out of the car. The ute pulled in behind us. Thanks so much for your help, I said through the ute window. Can't have you ladies in distress, the first guy said, as both guys tipped their hats. It's a pity you couldn't see his number plate, because we would be interested to meet up with this blighter. Linda and I thanked them again, and then got back in the car. I'm quite shaken up by that, I told her. Do you want to come back to the manor with me, or will I drop you off at home? I'm okay, Linda said. Take me home, because I've got a lot of unpacking to do. You'll be okay by yourself? I asked her. She nodded. I'm a shifter wolf, remember? I'm fine on solid ground. It's just in a car or something like that I feel vulnerable.
"OK, but call me if you want to."
After I dropped off Linda, I headed back to Mugwort Manor. Every time a white car went past, my heart leapt, but there was no sign of the perpetrator. I was a little concerned pulling off the main road and taking the road back to the manor, as that road was quiet, ending at the manor, but there was no sign of the driver. I was just about to get out of the car when Lucas rang again. I pulled the phone out of my pocket. "Lucas!" "Is Linda still with you?" he asked. "No, I'm alone." "Good. Pepper, there's something I have to tell you about your The line went dead. Chapter 14. "My what?" I asked the phone. "My parents? What else starts with P? Phone? Place? Predicament?" I stared at the phone for ages and tried to think of other words starting with P, but Lucas did not call back. My day did not improve when I reached Mugwort Manor. The aunts nodded as I retold the events. "It does sound like he was trying to scare you," Aunt Agnes said. "Never mind, Valkyrie. This just means we have to step up our efforts to find the killer. The sooner he's behind bars, the safer we'll all be." Dorothy and Maud agreed. "Agnes has come up with a marvellous plan," Dorothy said. "You and Maud are going to visit Jeff Curry and procure his personal concerns." I clutched my throat. "Me? I've just come from getting hair from Frank Finnegan. Can't I have the afternoon off or something?" Aunt Agnes shook her head in disapproval. "Valkyrie, only moments ago you agreed that we had to step up our efforts to find the killer." "You're only accompanying me so there will be safety in numbers," Aunt Maud said with a smile. "I'll be the one procuring his personal concerns." I was somewhat relieved. "Well, that's good, I think. Do you want me to keep him talking while you go to the bathroom and get hair from his brush?" The aunts tittered and looked at each other. That didn't give me a good feeling. "What exactly do you plan to do?" I asked them as I broke out in a cold sweat. "Or how do you intend to get his hair?" "We don't intend to get his hair," Aunt Maud said cheerily. "We're going to get his toenail clippings." I pulled a face and shuddered. "Toenail clippings? I'm going to distract him while you go to his bathroom and look for toenail clippings. What if he doesn't have any?" At this point, Hecate walked into the room and curled up at Aunt Agnes's feet. "Have you fed her today?" Aunt Agnes asked me. I nodded. "I feed her several times a day. Anyway, are you going to answer my question?" "Everyone has toenails," Aunt Dorothy said in surprise. "Surely you know that, Valkyrie, at your age." I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. I was about to ask again when Aunt Maud answered, "I'm going to pose as a manicurist and tell him I'm a community volunteer going door to door giving pedicures." "Why not a manicure?" I asked her, and then pondered that my response was a rather strange one to the whole situation. Wouldn't fingernail clippings be just as good as toenail clippings? All three aunts nodded. "But he won't notice toenail clippings being safely put into a plastic bag, and he might notice that with fingernail clippings," Aunt Agnes said. I was silent for a moment while I tried to ponder their logic. "Oh." It was the only response I could manage. After a few moments of silence, I added, "And what is my part in this again?" I trembled as I said it. "You're my assistant," Aunt Maud said. "Well, don't worry. You won't have to touch the man's dirty toenails." "Dirty?" I echoed. "He's a farmer," Maud said. "He's out in the dirt all day long." I thought it best not to point out that the man likely wore shoes and socks while he was about his daily business in the sheep paddocks, but I didn't want to prolong this conversation any further than necessary. Aloud, I said, "When do we leave?" "Right after lunch, of course." And we mixed Maud a potion of sugar along with the compelling herbs licorice root and calamus root, so that when she shakes hands with him, he'll be amenable to what she wants. I shot Agnes a long look. The aunts were all upbeat about this, but I was growing rather weary of collecting hair samples, and now we were moving on to toenail clippings. It was all too much. My mood hadn't improved by the time Aunt Maud brought the car to a stop outside Jeff Curry's house, which was not too far past Beckett's house. Once again we had passed Alec Alden's house, although this time he was nowhere to be seen. I was about to open the car door when an assortment of dogs ran at us, barking. "They won't bite," Aunt Maud said, and hopped out of the car before I could stop her. When I saw she wasn't torn apart limb to limb, I got out of the car as well. The dogs soon lost interest in us and wandered off.
"Where do we start looking?" I asked Aunt Maud.
"He might be out in the paddock somewhere and not in his house." "He's close by because all these dogs are loose," Aunt Maud said. She was obviously more used to the ways of country folk than I was. I followed Aunt Maud as she walked around to the back door of the house. She had her hand lifted to knock when a man opened the door. "Hi there, I'm Maud Jasper, and this is my niece, Valkyrie." She offered her hand and he shook it. I knew she had sugar, licorice and calamus all over her hand, so now he would be compelled to do what she wanted. We're community volunteers, and this week we're showing our appreciation for everything that farmers do by going door to door and giving pedicures. The man looked shocked. "Pedicures?" he repeated. I wondered if he had ever heard the term before. "It's free and you'll like it," Aunt Maud said firmly. She pulled a box of chocolates from her large bag. "And you can eat these while I do it." His eyes lit up at the sight of the chocolates, but his expression remained doubtful. "Does it hurt?" I realised he didn't know what a pedicure was, so I added, "You eat chocolates while Aunt Maud massages your feet. It's called a pedicure. Everyone in town is doing it." His face brightened considerably.
"Oh, come in. Can you do it now, or do I have to make an appointment?"
"Right now," Maud said, shooting me a triumphant look. "Would you like a cup of tea?" he asked us. We both accepted. Even I knew it was rude to decline an invitation for food or drink in the country. Jeff introduced himself and then ushered us in. We sat at the kitchen table while he made a cup of tea. This was unlike any other country house I had been in. It was brand spanking new. "This is a nice house," I said. "I haven't seen such a lovely new house on a farm before." Jeff's face lit up. He turned to me, a tea bag dangling from his hand. "It was finished only last month," he said. "The only drawback is the road here." "What do you mean?" I prompted him. I already knew something of the situation about the right-of-way through Beckett's land. His face fell. "I don't like to speak ill of the dead, and my next-door neighbour passed away." Aunt Maud and I made murmurs of sympathy. Jeff nodded slowly. "Yes, it was so sudden. It's still a shock. I haven't quite come to terms with it yet." He turned his back to us and poured hot water into the big ceramic mugs. "It was quite sad, really, because we've been friends for years, but we had a falling out over the access to my land. It was about access to my new house, specifically. I wanted to put a road through the far end of his land straight to my new house, and he agreed to that, but I also asked him if I could extend through to the road on the other side. He turned around to us and gestured to the east. "There's another road not far from here that runs to the northwest, and it would have saved me a lot of time if I could go straight through, but Beckett didn't want that." "Did he say why?" I asked him. He nodded. "He said he didn't mind people going to my place, but he didn't want people to continue through to the other road. He thought it would make more traffic, and he wouldn't listen to me when I tried to explain that it wouldn't." He sighed, and then brought us over our cups of tea. "Do you mind if I fill my bowl with hot water from your kitchen tap?" Aunt Maud asked him. "I have some lovely scented bubble bath, and you can soak your feet in it while we drink our tea." He looked somewhat alarmed, so I added, That's the normal first part of a pedicure. Jeff beamed. How exciting. Sure, get as much hot water as you like. Don't burn me, mind you. I'm not partial to being burnt. Aunt Maud assured him that she would get the temperature right. Jeff and I sipped our tea while Maud busied herself preparing the foot bath. She placed it on the floor under the table. Now take off your shoes and socks. My shoes are at the back door, he said. I'll take off my socks. I'm sorry if my socks are a bit smelly, ladies. We both hurried to reassure him that we didn't mind. Truth be told, I hoped his feet weren't too smelly. I stuck my nose close to my tea and inhaled deeply. Soon Jeff was soaking his feet and smiling. I could get used to this, he said. What do you call it again? It's a pedicure, Maud said. After you soak your feet for a while, I massage your feet with some of this nice lotion. Jeff looked doubtful, but nodded. Maud pushed the box of chocolates across to him. Now you eat your chocolates while I get to work on your feet. It won't hurt, will it? He asked, alarmed. Maud shot him a winning smile. Absolutely not. Pedicures are a wonderful experience. The community centre knows how hard farmers work, and you're on your feet all day, so that's why we're doing them in this area. Very kind of you, he said, while reading the list of chocolate assortments. He popped 2 in his mouth at once. Aunt Maud ducked under the table with her nail clippers. I watched Jeff's face carefully for any sign of reaction to his toenails being clipped, because I could hear the clippers going clickety-clack. But he seemed engrossed in the chocolates, much to my relief. Finally, Maud emerged from under the table. I'll throw the foot bath water out the back door, if that's all right. He beamed at her. That was wonderful, Maud. Come back any time. By the way, are you married? Aunt Maud looked horrified, while I tried to suppress a grin. No, she said. Are you seeing anyone? He asked her. She shot out the back door by way of response. Your aunt is a very nice woman, Jeff told me. I nodded. She reminds me of a prize cow I used to own, he continued. Her name was Buttercup. I loved that cow. Aunt Maud returned and snatched up her large bag. Well, we're under time pressure, she said. On to the next farm. I do hope you enjoyed your pedicure, Mr. Curry. He winked at her. Please call me Jeff. Aunt Maud grabbed my arm and all but dragged me to the car. I looked back to see Jeff waving enthusiastically at us. Aunt Maud floored it, while I clutched the seat, and she did not slow down until we had reached the road just past Beckett's place. Don't say a word, Maud said, shaking her finger at me. No teasing whatsoever. I chuckled. If you say so. Did you get his toenail clippings? She shuddered. I have a whole bag of them. They had to be the longest toenails on record ever. Have a look. I gingerly reached into her handbag and felt around for the plastic bag. I finally found it and lifted it out, holding it up to the light. Oh gosh, I said, looking at the bent, yellow, hard pieces of toenail. It must have taken superhuman strength to cut those. It did, Maud said. She shuddered again and then screamed. Chapter 15. Someone stepped out in front of the car, and I recognised him at once as Alec Alden. That's the creepy neighbour, I told her. Aunt Maud muttered several rude words under her breath, and then rolled down her window as Alec Alden approached slowly. He said something in a low tone. He didn't even bend over to the car window. Aunt Maud stuck her head out. What did you say? She yelled. Alec remained in the same place and repeated his words. Aunt Maud leant across to me. He's a suspect. We need his personal concerns. Follow my lead. I groaned, but I had no choice. I jumped out of the car and turned around, only to see Aunt Maud vigorously shaking the man's hand. "I'm hard of hearing," she yelled.
"And what did you say?" "I asked you where you had been." His voice was still a whisper. He reminded me of the Grim Reaper. I expected Aunt Maud to reprimand him for asking such a personal and nosy question, but she did not. "My, what lovely roses you have," she said. "What is your secret?" I did not expect her ruse to work, but it did. Something akin to a slight smile broke out on his otherwise impassive face. He muttered something and walked back to his roses, so we followed. He pointed to the roses and spoke, and Aunt Maud nodded at intervals. I wondered if she heard a single thing that he said. After a while, he turned his attention to me. "Where have you been?" he asked again. I pointed the way we had come. "From that direction," I said, hoping it wouldn't prompt more questions. Aunt Maud tapped his arm. "My niece, Valkyrie here, was upset about poor Beckett's death, so she wanted to speak with his neighbours. It's therapy for her, you see." The man narrowed his eyes and continued to look at me, so I nodded enthusiastically and smiled. "What neighbours?" he asked me. Aunt Maud answered for me. "Jeff Curry and his poor nephew Weston," she supplied. "Are you good friends with either of them?" He shook his head ever so slightly. "No." "Were you good friends with Beckett?" Aunt Maud asked him. "No," he said again in a quiet voice. His eyes narrowed once more. "Beckett was having an affair with Francine Finnegan. She is a married woman, and I'm sure her husband Frank would take a dim view of it if he knew." "Do you think he doesn't already know?" I asked him. He shrugged ever so slightly. "Maybe he does, and maybe he doesn't." "It's a good thing Beckett died of natural causes, as Frank Finnegan would have been a suspect," I said, hoping to elicit more information. "Why would he be a suspect?" he whispered. "Well, because his wife was having an affair with Beckett," I said. I resisted adding, "Isn't that obvious?" "Perhaps they have an open marriage," Aunt Maud butted in. "Do you think they have an open marriage?" He shrugged. Again, a slight movement. "Maybe they do, and maybe they don't. I'm surprised if Frank doesn't know, because Francine would come out here any time of the day or night, as brazen as you please. Why, she often even waved to me. The hide of that woman." "Yes, Weston didn't seem too happy about it when he told me about his uncle's and Francine's relationship," I said. "He's no clean potato, that one," Alex said. "Why? What has he done?" Aunt Maud asked him. He held his finger to his lips. "I'm not a gossip." "Of course you're not," Maud said. "Neither am I. So what did Weston do to make you think he was no clean potato?" Alec closed his eyes for so long that I thought he had fallen asleep on his feet. Finally, he opened them. "He's not making any money out of his sheep farm, but he has expensive things in his house." "Maybe he inherited them," I said. I tried to remember what I had seen in his house. He did have a huge flat-screen TV, and his furniture was all new. He shook his head. "He has expensive tastes, and he's not making any money out of his sheep farm." "Perhaps he has investments such as the stock market or real estate," I said. He shrugged one shoulder. "It's strange he's not contesting the will. That shows he's getting money from another source." He touched his chin lightly. "And speaking of money from other sources, I think Francine is pilfering the charity money. She seems to make friends with a lot of elderly men around town, and I'm sure they donate to her charity." Aunt Maud and I were standing quite close to him, trying to hear everything that he said. "You don't think Francine is killing elderly men to get their estates for her charity, do you?" Aunt Maud asked him. I was shocked that she asked him, and expected a similar reaction from him, but his face remained impassive.
"It has occurred to me from time to time," he said. "I'm not one to gossip, mind you, but I did wonder whether Beckett's death was not accidental after all." "Do you think someone possibly murdered him?" I asked him. He made a hissing sound that sounded like a snake. He was a healthy man. He was careful what he ate, and he was fit. I thought it was strange that he died so suddenly. Of course, he was a diabetic, so he had insulin in the house. I wondered if someone had perhaps injected him with an overdose. I exchanged a look with Aunt Maud. That's exactly what we had thought. "If someone had murdered him, do you have any idea who it would be?" she asked him. He stared off into the distance. "No, he was well liked. The only person who had anything to gain was Francine Finnegan, or her husband Frank if you did it in a fit of jealousy." "Did you tell the police?" I asked him. He shook his head. "No, they didn't ask me. They haven't even spoken to me." He continued to talk, although his voice was now a whisper and I couldn't hear what he said. "Did Beckett have a housekeeper?" I asked him. Alec looked surprised. "A housekeeper? Why do you ask?" "When I went to his house the day that he died, he thought his housekeeper was still there. He went to make a cup of tea and was surprised that there was no sign of his housekeeper. After he died, there was no housekeeper in sight. If he was murdered, then I thought perhaps that his housekeeper did it." Alec bit his lip. "His housekeeper," he whispered. "Is that an aphid on your rose?" Aunt Maud said, out of the blue. "What rose?" he said in horror. "I believe that's a David Austin Lady of Shalott rose there," Maud said, pointing to a flowering bush of striking apricot yellow blooms. "I'm sure I saw aphids halfway down." Alec bent over swiftly. It was the fastest I had seen him move. As quick as a flash, Aunt Maud reached over his hair and tugged out some strands. Alec straightened up so fast that some petals fell off the rose bush and stuck to his head. "What was that?" he said. "There was a bee on your head, so I knocked it away from you," Maud said, somehow managing to keep a straight face. "I'm so sorry I startled you." "It is of no consequence. At any rate, I didn't see any aphids." "Such a relief," Aunt Maud said. "Still, I'm sure a garden as well kept as yours wouldn't have a single aphid. I don't know whatever possessed me. It must be my eyesight. I have a headache coming on, and I was seeing dots in front of my eyes." He peered at her for a moment and then said, "Would you like some aspirin?" Aunt Maud wasted no time in replying, "That would be lovely. Thank you." He beckoned us to follow him. His cottage was long and low and not attractive. It was a pale shade of green, so was well camouflaged within the beautiful garden. Once we were in the enclosed porch, he said, "I'll be right back." He disappeared into the house. I raised my eyebrows at Aunt Maud. She pulled her hand out of her pocket and held up some pieces of hair to show me. She stuffed them in a plastic bag and put the bag back in her pocket. "That was very quick thinking on your part," I said. She nodded and then whispered to me, "Look around and see if you can see anything that might give us a clue." "Like what?" I asked her. She shrugged. "No idea, but just look for anything that seems out of place. Beckett's murderer is involved with the other, so see if you can find anything at all." I had absolutely no idea what I could possibly find, but I looked around the little covered-in porch. There was a wood box at one end filled with wood, and a small metal bucket filled with kindling. Everything was as neat as a pin. There was no dust around the wood box. In fact, there weren't any wood chips or shavings. At the other end of the porch was an old cedar meat safe that had been turned into a storage area for gardening tools. "Your Aunt Agnes would have a fit if she saw that antique used in that manner," Maud said. It was impossible to see inside the house because the windows were covered with heavy curtains. It only took a few moments for Alec to reappear. He handed Maud a pretty glass, clear crystal with a rose pattern around the top, and a packet of aspirin. She thanked him and took 2. She swallowed them and then handed him back the glass and the packet of tablets. He took the glass and then held up one hand. "Feel free to keep the aspirin," he said. "I have plenty." Aunt Maud thanked him again. We said our goodbyes, and as soon as I was in the car, I turned to Aunt Maud. "I'm relieved he didn't take the tablets out of the packet before he handed them to you. What if they had been poisoned?" Aunt Maud looked horrified. "Why would he want to poison me?" I pulled a face. "No idea, but I've become far less trusting ever since I've moved to Lighthouse Bay. Anyway, what did you think of him?" She sighed. "I think I have ear strain. I could barely hear a word the man said. And he's certainly a busybody, isn't he?" I agreed. He sure is. Did you see how he was trying to throw the blame onto other people? If only we could have found out more about his relationship with Beckett. Well, but if he did it, then surely he wouldn't suggest to us that Beckett was murdered, Maud said. "It might have been a ploy," I suggested. I leant forward and put my head in my hands. There are far too many suspects. It's all too hard. I tried to remember the conversation with Alec. There was something I was missing. I was sure of it. But what? Chapter 16. Aunt Maud and I hurried into the living room at Mugwort Manor to tell the aunts of our success with the toenails and the hair. But they weren't there. We heard voices coming from the kitchen. When we reached the kitchen, we found the new cleaner, Molly Miles, sitting opposite Aunt Agnes and Aunt Dorothy. I would bet anything that they had sprinkled sugar, calamus root and licorice root all over her chair. The air smelt sickly sweet. "Oh, you're back," Aunt Agnes said, waving us inside. "We're having a nice cup of tea, and we were about to tell Molly our rules for working here." I had no idea where she was going with this, but I nodded. "There are former sheep dip yards on this site," Aunt Agnes said, somehow managing to keep her face straight as she told the outrageous lie. "And of course, until recent times, sheep dip was full of arsenic. Everyone who works here needs to have their hair tested to see if they have arsenic in their hair. It's for insurance reasons." Molly looked quite concerned. She clutched her handbag to her chest. "You want some of my hair?" she squeaked. "Yes, only a few strands," Aunt Agnes said in a reassuring tone. "We compensate you, of course." She slid a $50 note across the table to Molly. Molly couldn't take the money fast enough. She stuffed it in her purse as quickly as she could. "Does it hurt?" she asked. Aunt Agnes shook her head. "No, not at all." She hesitated and then added, "We could cut a little bit off the end of your hair if you'd prefer." Molly's hand shook. "I'm not sure. It wouldn't hurt to cut it off, but it might hurt to pull it out. But then pulling it out would leave a better effect than cutting it off, because then my hair might be lopsided." I looked at her head, which was an unruly mess of loose curls. I'm sure no one would notice a whole chunk being cut off, let alone a tiny piece. "Aunt Agnes will only cut off a tiny piece in a place where no one would notice it," I said. Molly still looked doubtful. "Can you do it just before I'm finished for the day, rather than now?" Aunt Agnes shook her head. "No, we'll do it now, and then you can take the rest of the day off. We'll pay you anyway." Molly's eyes glittered. "Okay, you can do it now, and then I can go home." Aunt Agnes slid some more money across the table to her. "Yes, I don't want to upset you, so this is compensation. It's just for our insurance. They insist on it." She stood up, picked up a plastic bag, and walked around to Molly. Molly leant back and clutched her throat with both hands. "I'm not sure about this." Aunt Agnes's face flushed red, and she looked as though she wanted to throttle the woman. "I'll only snip a tiny bit of your hair." "Maybe you should pull out a few strands," Molly said doubtfully. "And what about the new boarder?" "What about him?" Aunt Agnes said.
"I thought you already cleaned his cottage."
"I did." I wondered why Molly was being so strange about the aunt's taking a piece of her hair. Was she in fact a vampire? Possibly Beckett's murderer? So she knew they were going to do a spell to reveal the culprit. She sure was acting strangely. Who would mind having some of their hair taken, especially when being paid for it? Aunt Agnes's exasperation was clearly evident. "Would you rather me pull a few strands of hair or cut a tiny bit off?" Molly bit her lip. "How long do I have to decide?" 5 seconds, Aunt Agnes said flatly, brandishing the scissors at Molly. "I think perhaps pull a few strands," Molly said, eyeing the scissors. Aunt Agnes lunged at her and tugged at her hair. Molly let out an ear-splitting shriek. Aunt Agnes shut the plastic bag, while Molly pushed herself back and stood up. "That really hurt," she said. "Well, you were the one who wanted me to pull it out rather than snip some off." Aunt Agnes's voice was devoid of sympathy. Aunt Maud hurried over to Molly. "You go and buy yourself something nice with that money from the insurance company. I'll walk you to the door." She took Molly by the arm and encouraged her to walk. Molly was inclined to hang back, and she was looking daggers at Aunt Agnes. "What an entirely irritating woman," Aunt Agnes said after Maud and Molly disappeared. "All that fuss about a little bit of hair. I'm sure Molly is quite unhinged."
"Oh, she's high on my list of suspects now," I said. "I do agree that it was an awful amount of fuss over you taking a small piece of her hair. I find that suspicious." Aunt Agnes nodded. "You and me both." She held up the plastic bag in front of my face, and I could see a chunk of hair in there. No wonder Molly had screamed. Before I could remark on the matter, Aunt Maud spoke up. "We got that man's toenail clippings," she said, waving the bag of the hideously long toenails at the others. "And he flirted with Aunt Maud," I said. Maud shot me a withering look. "Not another word of that, Valkyrie." I chuckled and hummed "Love is in the air." Aunt Agnes raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. Instead, she said, "We have all the suspects' personal concerns now. Have we missed anyone? We have personal concerns from Jeff Curry, Molly Miles, Francine Finnegan, Frank Finnegan, and Weston Maxwell." "Oh, we haven't had a chance to tell you yet," Aunt Maud said gleefully. "We managed to get some hair from that creepy man, Alec Alden." Aunt Agnes was visibly impressed. "How did you do that?" she asked her. I was the one to answer. Aunt Maud was very clever. He waved us down and asked us where we had been, so Aunt Maud pretended she wanted to see his roses. When he was bending over, she pulled out some of his hair. "Did you get to see inside his house?" Agnes asked. We both shook our heads. "No, and we got as far as the front porch, but that was all," Maud said. "What sort of spell are we going to do?" I asked them. "And will we have time before the new boarder arrives? Don't forget, he hates pets, so I have to find Hecate and lock her in my cottage, or maybe lock her in the manor." Aunt Agnes shook her head. "You can't lock her in the manor, because the boarder will come here first, and we have the cat door in the back door so she can come and go as she pleases. I know you have a cat door too, Valkyrie, but you have another door you can shut across it. I think your cottage is the best bet. Why don't you see if you can find Hecate now and lock her up, and then we'll see how much time we have left. Or maybe we'll have time to do the spell before the boarder arrives." She waved her arms expansively. "If not, We can simply do it after he books in. I nodded. Thank goodness we only have one boarder coming and no others in residence at a time like this, I said. I'll go and find Hecate now. I walked out the back door and into the veggie garden. Hecate liked to chase butterflies out here. There was no sign of her, so she could be anywhere. She might even be playing in the spinifex grass down on the sand dunes near the beach. I was concerned that I wouldn't be able to find her and she would show up when the new boarder arrived. A particularly unpleasant-sounding man, Mr. Jones had called us more than once and emailed us several times to tell us that he could not abide pets. He was staying for 5 days, so I was going to have to do my best to keep Hecate away from him the entire time. I walked to my cottage calling her. She wasn't in my garden, so I unlocked my door and walked in. I looked everywhere in my house, even under my bed and in the cupboards, as Hecate liked to sleep in cupboards. Finally, I opened a packet of dry cat food and went outside, rattling it as loudly as I could. There was still no sign. An anxious sensation settled in the pit of my stomach. I needed to make a go of the bed and breakfast for the sake of my aunts, and it was important that this man's stay went well. The phone Lucas had given me rang, and I pulled it out of my pocket and then promptly dropped it. "Lucas," I said as soon as I retrieved it. "What were you going to tell me the last time you called?" "There's no time for that," Lucas said breathlessly. "Pepper, are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine," I said. "The aunts are about to do a spell to reveal the identity of the murderer." Lucas muttered something and then said, "I don't like it. I'll be back soon. Can you hang tight until I get there?" "Of course," I said. "I do have to help the aunts with the spell, though. Are you sure you're all right, Pepper?" There was a moment when he did not speak, and I felt as though he was struggling to tell me something important. "Pepper?" "Yes?" "Be careful. I can't lose you." "You won't." "I have to go." "I know," I said regretfully. "Be safe," he ordered, and then he hung up the phone. I encircled my cottage, and then Lucas's cottage, and then walked back to the manor. I was about to walk in the back door when I thought I should do one more lap. I walked slowly around Mugwort Manor, looking under all the bushes and rattling the cat food. Still, there was no sign of Hecate. I wasn't at all concerned for her, because she had plenty of room to explore and was often away through the daytime. I was, however, concerned that she would show up just when the boarder arrived. That would be typical behaviour for a cat. I went to the back door of the manor again and rattled the packet of cat food one more time. "Here, kitty, kitty, kitty," I called. Finally, I gave up and went inside the house. "In the dining room, Valkyrie," came Aunt Agnes's booming voice. After I set the cat food on a kitchen cupboard, I walked into the dining room and gasped. The aunts had moved the dining table to one side, don't ask me how, as it was very heavy, and had drawn a pentacle on the polished wooden floor. A huge candle sat atop each pentacle point, and arcane symbols were drawn inside at intervals. Aunt Agnes caught my expression. "We're more traditional witches than this," she said, "but this calls for a different type of magic." Misgivings washed over me. "Have you ever done this before?" "No," Maud said, just as Agnes said, "Yes." They both turned and glared at each other. I looked from one to the other. "We haven't done anything like this for years," Agnes said, shooting a look at Maud. "Did it work well the last time?" I asked. My question was met with a deathly silence. Finally, Aunt Dorothy said, "Cheer up, Valkyrie. What could possibly go wrong?" "I'm sure we're about to find out," I muttered. Chapter 17. My nose twitched as the incense billowed through the room. "We're using gum mastic, frankincense and sandalwood incense," Aunt Dorothy said. Valkyrie, could you please pass me that jar of mugwort? I did as I was asked. Aunt Dorothy looked up from inscribing mysterious symbols on the ground with chalk. Did you find that cat? I shook my head. Not a sign of her. She's vanished off the face of the earth. Where's the crown of success oil? Aunt Agnes asked in a snappy tone. I picked up a bottle near me and held it to the light. I could see chunks of pyrite in there and pieces of bay leaves, so I assumed the other ingredients included sandalwood and vetiver. I think this is it. She took it and thanked me.
I don't think we have time for this, Aunt Maud said.
What do you mean, Maud? Aunt Agnes snapped. This is urgent. We can't let that murderer run around Lighthouse Bay murdering everyone. What an exaggeration, Agnes. The killer has only murdered one person so far, Aunt Maud said. It's not as if we're dealing with a serial killer. Aunt Agnes crossed her arms over her chest. Have you already forgotten that someone tried to run Valkyrie off the road? I nearly pointed out that he didn't actually try to run me off the road, but I knew better than to speak when the aunts were arguing. Aunt Maud put her hands on her hips. Agnes, have you forgotten that a boarder is expected here this afternoon? Are you calling me senile? Agnes said in a raised voice. Of course I know that a boarder is expected here this afternoon. I'm hardly likely to forget something like that. What's your point, Maud? Maud held up both hands, palms upwards. Do we have time to do this spell? What happens if the boarder arrives before we finish it? Should we wait until the boarder is settled in before we do this spell? Aunt Agnes waved a hand at her in dismissal. We'll get everything ready and then one of us can look out the window. If we can't see the boarder, then we can do this spell. By the time he drives up here and knocks on the door, we'll have finished the spell. Aunt Maud was not placated in the least. I don't know, Agnes. I don't think this is a spell that should be interrupted part way through. I don't think it's safe. Aunt Agnes ignored her and rubbed Crown of Success oil on all the black candles. Aunt Maud continued to stand with her hands on her hips, looking decidedly put out. Finally, Agnes looked up. Are you going to help, Maud, or are you just going to stand there? Maud pouted, but then joined in. Is there anything I can do to help? I asked them. I'll give you some powder to throw at the right time, Aunt Agnes said, and when we start the spell, you're going to need to focus. Focus on what in particular? I asked her. Focus on the revealing, she said. This is a spell to reveal the identity of the murderer. We need to focus on the revealing part. Now, where are those tortoiseshell spectacles that belong to Beckett? Over there, I said, pointing to the glasses sitting next to a particularly hideous marble statue of a cherub. I wasn't sure if I should touch them, considering they were going to be used in a spell. Aunt Agnes had no such reservations. She grabbed the glasses and put them in the centre of the pentacle. Now, everyone, we're about to start. Do we have everything? Weston's hair, Molly's hair, Francine's hair, Frank's hair, Alec Alden's hair, and Jeff Curry's toenail clippings? Aunt Maud winced, but then said, Yes. Agnes nodded. Good. And as there are 5 items, but only 4 of us, you can all put 1 item into the pentacle, and I'll put in 2. What? Aunt Maud said. There are 6 items, not 4. That means 2 people put in 2, and 2 people put in 1. And you're not the boss of us. You didn't have to cut someone's ghastly toenails from their wriggling feet. But I had to cut a chunk of hair from an irritating woman's head, Aunt Agnes countered. Still, if it means so much to you, Maud, you can have Jeff Curry's toenail clippings and Francine's hair. I want Weston's hair and Molly's hair, Maud said, pulling a face. I don't want to be anywhere near those toenail clippings. You have to take what you're given, Agnes said through gritted teeth. Why do you think you are the boss of us? Maud said. She was clearly put out. Agnes crossed her arms over her chest.
Last time I looked, I was the only member of the council in this room. Dorothy finally piped up. Oh, Agnes, you use that excuse for everything. It might give you rights on the council, but it doesn't give you rights over your sisters. Aunt Agnes held up her hands in a gesture of surrender. Whatever. Take whatever you like. I'll use what's left over. For people who were a few hundred years old, they were certainly acting like a pack of bratty teenagers. Dorothy and Maud descended on the personal concerns like a pack of vultures. Aunt Agnes followed them, and then I was left with Jeff Curry's toenails. I pulled a face. Sorry about that, Valkyrie, Aunt Dorothy said. I have Alec Alden's hair. I can swap it for Jeff's toenails if you like. That's fine, I said. I'm just going to look out the window and see if I can see the border approaching, Agnes said. And then we can start our spell. I was going to ask someone else to look out the window, but I've realised it's easier if I do everything myself. She stormed out of the room. No one spoke until she returned. All right then, it's time to begin. This is what will happen. I'll speak the spell, and each of us in turn will empty the contents of the packet into the centre of the pentacle. But first, we will put more mugwort in there along with clary sage. We can't step into the inner circle. That's very important. Do you all understand that? We all nodded. Right, then make sure you don't go anywhere near that circle. But you have to bend over it and drop the personal concerns in the centre when I give you the signal. Is everyone ready? We nodded again, and then Aunt Agnes said, Focus. We all need to focus on the murderer being revealed. We'll do that now, and our spell will begin. I shut my eyes and thought of the suspects, and then focused on my desire that the murderer would be revealed. I could feel the energy in the room rising. It was almost palpable. At one point, I opened my eyes to make sure I was still in the room. The pulsating power was tangible. I suddenly remembered that the phone Lucas had given me was in my pocket, and I hoped like crazy it wouldn't ring. Aunt Agnes gave the signal to put the personal concerns in the circle. We went clockwise, and I was the last. I stood back, careful not to get too close to the circle drawn in chalk on the polished tallow wood floorboards. The power in the room continued to increase, and Aunt Agnes's chanting did likewise. The truth now be revealed in its true form, Aunt Agnes said, raising her arms. I stood there, holding my breath, wondering how the truth would be revealed, when I saw Hecate run into the room. Before anyone could stop her, she ran straight through the middle of the circle. There was a blinding flash of blue light, and the next thing I knew, I was sitting on the floor, gasping for breath. I took a moment or two to recover, and then looked across at my aunts. They did not appear to be hurt, although also were on the floor. They were staring transfixed at the centre of the pentacle. I followed their gaze and let out a shriek. Hecate had gone. In her place was a woman. Chapter 18. I continued to stare, open-mouthed, at the naked woman crouched in the middle of the pentacle. She had awfully pale skin and roughly cut short black hair. Had the spell turned my cat into a human? I realised I must have said the words aloud because Aunt Agnes answered me. No, Valkyrie. Hecate must be a shifter. Her voice was trembling. Hecate looked at me with wide eyes. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. We had better get that cat some clothes, Aunt Dorothy said, hurrying from the room. I was trying to come to terms with it all. A shifter? There are such things as shifter cats. Aunt Agnes pointed at Hecate. Apparently. How could the spell turn a cat into a person? I asked, and I soon added, This is a terrible shock. I need a glass of witch's brew.
Aunt Agnes was taking the turn of events better than I was. She tapped her chin. The spell didn't turn her into a person as such. She is already a person, as a shifter. I'd say something must have happened to keep her in her cat form for so long. See how startled she is. If she had reverted to human form in recent times, she would be able to speak. Hecate, can you speak? The woman looked at Agnes blankly. We don't even know her real name, I said. Could you call Linda and ask her to hurry here? Aunt Agnes said. She knows more about shifters than we do. I did as I was asked. To my relief, Linda answered at once. Linda, could you come over to Mugwort Manor right now? It's a shifter matter. I can't really talk now. We'll explain when you get here. Linda agreed to come at once. I could tell she was entirely mystified, but I didn't want to try to explain what had happened over the phone. I just didn't have the words. I was still in shock when Aunt Dorothy hurried into the room with some clothes. Hecate made no attempt to protest, while Dorothy helped her get dressed. However, as soon as she was dressed, she ran, hunched over, out of the room. We all raced after her. Thankfully, she stopped in the kitchen. She sniffed the packet of cat food and then knocked it to the ground with one hand. Some spilt out on the floor, so she crouched down and ate it. I clutched Aunt Dorothy's arm. Does she still think she's a cat? I asked in alarm. Aunt Dorothy patted my hand. Try not to worry, Valkyrie. Linda will know what to do. I think your Aunt Agnes is right for once. Hecate has been in cat form for a very long time, and now she's having trouble making the transition back to her human self. Just then, the front doorbell chimed. It couldn't come at a worse time, Aunt Agnes said as she took off in the direction of the sound. Oh no, it's the new boarder, Aunt Maud pulled a face. I'll make him a cup of tea. Dorothy, could you and Valkyrie watch Hecate? Hopefully Linda won't be too much longer. Hecate was now sitting on the floor, looking quite pleased with herself. I was still trying to come to terms with what had happened. It was so entirely strange that I wondered if I was dreaming. I've had dreams where I have been convinced I wasn't dreaming, and I wondered if this was happening to me right now. I continued to stare at Hecate as Aunt Maud made the tea. Will you bring in the plate of Tim Tams, and I'll take in the tray of tea? Aunt Maud said to me. Dorothy, can you stay here with Hecate? Maybe give her a saucer of milk? I looked at Maud, wondering if she was joking, but had no time to ponder the matter as she ushered me through the kitchen door. I walked into the living room to see a blustering, red-faced man. I took an instant dislike to him. This is my sister Maud and my niece Valkyrie, Aunt Agnes said. The man looked me up and down. Valkyrie? That's an unusual name, isn't it? His lips curled back, revealing a set of long yellow teeth. I simply nodded. He greedily accepted a Tim Tam. Thank you for your hospitality, ladies, he said. I'm so glad you don't have any pets. I particularly dislike animals. And I'm sure it's mutual, I added silently. Just then, Hecate hurried into the room, followed by Aunt Dorothy, who had a restraining hand on her arm. Thankfully, Hecate was walking upright this time. She looked around the room and then headed straight for Mr. Jones. She immediately sat in his lap. I gasped, as did Mr. Jones. Dorothy and Maud had the presence of mind to pull Hecate from him. She made a hissing sound and ran from the room. Why, I never, Mr. Jones sputtered. His face turned a deep shade of red and his cheeks puffed out. I'm sorry about that, Aunt Agnes said. She's a new boarder, a rather strange girl, and she doesn't appear to speak a word of English. Mr. Jones had been struck speechless. He sat there, his mouth hanging open. I excused myself and hurried back to the kitchen. I figured Dorothy and Maud might need help with Hecate.
Hecate was sitting on a chair, but sadly, not like a human would sit on a chair. She was perched on top of it, crouched over. However, she seemed content, although she was licking her hand. And as I watched, she ran her hand behind her ear and then repeated the process. "What's that found?" I asked Aunt Dorothy, who was bending over her. "I think she's purring," Aunt Dorothy said. I shot another look at Dorothy, and it seemed she was close to tears. "Are you all right, Aunt Dorothy?" Aunt Dorothy shook her head and Maud patted her shoulder. "This poor girl, and all this time we thought she was a cat." "I'm sure Linda will be here soon," Aunt Maud said. "That reminds me." I whipped my own phone from my pocket and texted Linda to go to the back door. I didn't want her running into the border. I turned back to the aunts. "Why did Hecate sit on that man's knee?" "It's obvious, isn't it?" Aunt Maud said. "He hates pets." I was still at a loss and said so. "Cats always sit on people who don't like them," Aunt Dorothy explained. I pulled a face. "Oh." Just then there was a knock on the back door, and Hecate made to run past me. As quick as a flash, I blocked her way, while the aunts blocked the exit from the kitchen. Hecate glared at us and ran under the table. That must be Linda. I walked to the back door, but Aunt Maud called out after me, "Make sure Hecate doesn't slip out the door when you let Linda in." I nodded. I opened the door a little. "Linda, we have a situation inside. Get in here as fast as you can, because I have to shut the door in a hurry." Linda frowned, but did as was asked. I shut the door behind her and locked it, but the aunts were still guarding the exit from the kitchen. That door had no lock. "What's going on?" Linda asked, looking around the kitchen. Just then, Hecate crawled past her swiftly and stuck her head through the cat door and did her best to squeeze through it. The aunts hurried after her and took her gently by the shoulders. "She's trying to escape," Maud said. I sighed long and hard. "Linda, this is my cat, Hecate." Linda's mouth fell open. Her jaw moved up and down silently. "It seems she's a shifter cat," I told her. "Is that possible?" Linda stood dumbstruck for several more moments and then finally said, "Yes, it's possible." "We were doing a spell to reveal the murderer," I explained, and right at the end, when Aunt Agnes was yelling something about revealing, Hecate ran across the centre of the spell and then at once turned into this person. We think she's been in cat form for a long time because she's still acting like a cat. "I need to sit down." Linda crossed to the kitchen table and took the closest seat. She put her head in her hands and then rubbed her forehead. "What do you think happened?" I prompted her. She looked up at me. "I can only assume that she has been unable to change into human form for a very long time." "A very long time," she added. "Yes, but why?" I asked her. She shrugged one shoulder. "Maybe there was a powerful spell on her. She will be able to tell you, eventually." A strange look passed over Linda's face. "What do we do if she changes back into cat form now?" I asked her. Linda shook her head. "That's not likely. I've never seen this happen before, but I've heard about it. Sure, she hasn't been in human form for a long time, but then she hasn't changed for a long time either. I don't think she'll remember how to change at first, so it's likely she'll stay in this human form for a while." "How long before she remembers how to act like a person?" I asked. I shot a look at Hecate, who was now sitting on the floor by the fridge, looking up at it expectantly. "I really don't know, to tell you the truth," Linda said. "But I think the best thing to do would be to keep telling her what's happened to her. Even though it might seem she doesn't understand, I think she will on some level. Try to treat her as a person more than a cat." "We don't intend to feed her cat food in a bowl on the floor," Aunt Dorothy said with a laugh. Linda nodded. I would gently discourage any cat behaviour. You know, this could happen soon, or it might take some time. She will remember, it's just a question of when. The aunts and I groaned. There's a new boarder in the living room, I told Linda, and he hates pets. She went in there and sat on his knee. Linda looked shocked. What, in human form? I nodded sadly. Linda clutched her sides, and I could see she was doing her best not to laugh. Of course, she finally managed to say. Cats always sit on people who don't like them. See, I told you so, Aunt Dorothy said gleefully. Something else occurred to me. This is a disaster of major proportions. OK, granted it's good that Hecate has regained her human form, but all that aside, we still don't know who the murderer is. We went to all that effort, collecting all those personal concerns, and now they're wasted. I assume we can't reuse them. I looked up at the aunts hopefully. They both shook their heads. No, that's the end of that, Aunt Maud said sadly. We'll have to think of another way to discover the identity of the murderer. Chapter 19. The aunts had gone to town, and I was left alone at the manor. The unpleasant boarder was in his cottage and had not emerged for some time, quite to my relief. Actually, I wasn't alone, because Hecate was with me. She had not tried to escape for some time, and was even starting to eat some proper, non-cat food, although not very enthusiastically. I was hanging around the manor while the aunts were out shopping, in case the unpleasant boarder wanted something. I was bored, so I decided to watch a movie. I opened the kitchen door and let Hecate into the hallway. As soon as I did, she walked back and tapped on the door. Do you want to go back into the kitchen? I asked her. She nodded. I was beside myself with excitement. This was the first human communication she had shown. I walked back and opened the door, and she walked into the kitchen and stood by the door. I walked over to the fridge, wondering if she was hungry. I looked back to see she was tapping on the door again. Do you want to go back through the door? I asked her. She nodded once more. I opened the kitchen door and let her into the hall. I walked a few paces when I realised she wasn't with me. I turned around and realised she was tapping on the door again. That's when it dawned on me. This was typical cat behaviour, not knowing whether she wanted to be in or out. Come on, Hecate, I said. Let's go and watch a movie. She continued to stand at the door, so I walked away. I was fiddling with the remote when she came into the living room. She shot me a sulky look and then curled up on the sofa and promptly fell asleep. There was a knock on the door and I froze. It had to be the unpleasant boarder, and I did not want him to have another run-in with Hecate. She was still asleep, so I tiptoed over to the door and opened it. To my surprise, it wasn't the unpleasant boarder, but Alec Alden. Mr. Alden, I said with surprise. I recovered momentarily and added, Please come in. I wondered whether to show him into the dining room or the living room, and opted for the living room. After all, I needed to keep an eye on Hecate, and hopefully she would stay asleep. Would you like some tea or coffee? I asked, hoping he would refuse. I really didn't want to leave him in the room with Hecate. A cup of black tea, he said. English breakfast, if you have it. At least, that's what I thought he said. He was whispering, as usual. English breakfast black tea? I repeated, to make sure I had it right. He nodded. I looked at Hecate, but she was showing no signs of waking up. I hurried straight out to the kitchen to make the fastest cup of tea on record. When I returned with the cup of tea and a plate of Tim Tams, the first thing I noticed was the shocked look on his face. I swung around to see that Hecate was no longer on the sofa. Alec pointed under a big cedar drum table. She woke up and then ran under there on all fours. I set the cup of tea and plate of Tim Tams on an English oak coffee table in front of him. I'm so sorry. I should have warned you. She's, a drama student, one of the new boarders. She has to act like a cat for an entire week." He nodded slowly. Hecate carefully crawled out from under the table, but sat there on her haunches. A blowfly buzzed past, and she swatted at it. "She's very talented," Alec said in a soft tone. "You're probably wondering why I'm here." I didn't know whether or not to answer in the affirmative, so I smiled at him. "It was something you said," he added quietly. "I don't know whether it's important or not, but the more I thought about it, the more concerned I've been." "What was it?" I asked him, intrigued. He ate an entire Tim Tam before answering. "You asked me if Beckett had a housekeeper." I nodded. "And you said you didn't know?" He shook his head. "No, I didn't answer because your aunt thought she saw aphids on one of my rose bushes." I tried to recall the conversation. "Did he have a housekeeper?" I said after an interval. "I'm not sure whether he did or he didn't, but he used to call his nephew Weston his housekeeper. He paid Weston to clean his house for him once a week, and he paid him to do odd jobs around the house and occasionally cook for him," Alec added. I tried to process the information. Weston was Beckett's housekeeper? And if Weston was in the house when I came, was he the murderer? "Did you tell the police?" I asked him. He shook his head again. "The police think Beckett's death was accidental, and as far as I know, it was. When I mentioned the possibility of his death being accidental, you didn't seem surprised, and then I realised you thought his housekeeper did it. I didn't get the chance to tell you that the housekeeper was Weston, so I thought I should, for what it's worth. Not that I'm a gossip." I was about to say something when Hecate crawled onto the middle of the carpet and proceeded to roll around on her back, her legs in the air. "She's a gifted actress," Alec whispered. I nodded, lost with my thoughts. Was Weston the murderer? It certainly seemed so. Unless, of course, Alec was the murderer and was trying to implicate Weston. Still, I had passed Alec on the way to Beckett's house, and I didn't think he would have had the time to get there and murder Beckett. It suddenly occurred to me that he could be a vampire, and so would have moved with vampire speed. I couldn't decide who to suspect, Alec or Weston, but one thing was clear: I was down to 2 suspects. Alec suddenly stood up. "I hope you'll forgive the intrusion." "Oh, not at all," I said. "I'm most grateful to you for driving here to give me the information." He made a slight bow and headed for the front door. I hurried past him and opened it. "Thanks again," I said to his departing back. I walked back into the living room to see what Hecate was doing. She was sitting on the large Turkish rug. "I don't suppose I could interest you in a cup of coffee?" I asked her. She looked at me blankly. "I suppose not," I said. She opened her mouth and tried to make a sound. I was encouraged. Maybe she was trying to speak. At that inopportune moment, there was another knock at the door. Hecate ran behind one of the sofas. "Alec must have forgotten to tell me something," I said as I walked back to the door. I considered him a suspect, so I was a little uneasy that he had returned. Chapter 20. It was not Alec, but Weston. "Weston!" I exclaimed. It was then I noticed that he was pointing a gun at me. "You need to come with me," he said. "I don't intend to harm you, not if you do as you're told." "If you don't intend to harm me, then why are you pointing that gun at me?" I managed to say, despite trembling violently. He jerked the gun in the direction of the car. When I didn't move, he grabbed my arm and pushed me in front of him. "What's this?" he said, and I felt him pull the phone out of my pocket. He threw it to the ground and stomped on it. I considered using my vampire speed to escape from him, but I figured that he too was a vampire. After all, he was Beckett's nephew, and he was probably involved with the other. No, my vampire speed would not help me now. As we reached the car, I looked back at the living room windows and saw Hecate peeping through the curtains at me. That gave me a small glimmer of hope. I had said Weston's name aloud, and she saw him take me away at gunpoint. If only she could somehow communicate that to the aunts. It was the white four-wheel drive that had chased me. The windows were so darkly tinted that no one would know I was in the car. Weston opened the car door and told me to get in. He was around the car and into the driver's seat in double quick time. I had been right about him being a vampire. "Where are you taking me?" I asked him. "It's nothing personal, Valkyrie," he said, and his tone was so cold that it sent shivers through my body. "I'm taking you back to my farm. You can have a little holiday there until I make the exchange." "The exchange for what?" I asked him. "The exchange for whom, not what," he said. When he didn't say anything else, I risked another question. "Why did you kill your uncle?" He snorted rudely. "You're a big girl, Valkyrie. I'm sure you can figure that out for yourself." To cut a long story short, my uncle was on the side of the council, but I'm working for the other. Despite my fear, I noted that he said working for rather than on the side of the other. That would explain his source of income. "But he was your uncle," I protested. "Yes, it's a shame we were on opposing sides," he said blandly. "Why did you kill him just as I was visiting him?" He shot me a look. "I thought he was going to tell you something about your parents. I overheard him tell you that your parents were alive and had gone into hiding to protect you. Of course, we all knew that. I had to silence him before he told you anything else." "Before he told me what?" I asked him. He laughed and shook his finger at me. Now that would be telling. Relief flooded through me at his words. That meant he didn't mean to kill me. If he intended to kill me, then he would tell me everything and not be careful to keep anything from me. That seemed logical to me, and I hoped I was right. I concentrated on taking slow, deep breaths to try to calm down. My heart was racing, beating out of my chest. I wiped my clammy hands on my jeans. "How did you know I'd be home alone just then?" I asked him. "I've been watching the manor, looking for an opportunity to kidnap you," he admitted. "I found a nice place to hide my vehicle in the bushes down the road. I was about to drive up to the manor when that awful busybody Alec Alden went to your door. Thankfully, he wasn't there too long. I saw your aunts leave earlier. I know that they go shopping once a week, and this is their shopping day, so it wasn't much of a stretch to know you'd be alone. I know the cleaner is away, and that there is only one boarder, and this was the perfect opportunity to snatch you." Thank goodness he doesn't know about Hecate, I thought. Aloud, I said, "Why were you following us that day, tailgating us?" "Simply to scare you, to threaten you. I hadn't expected you would investigate. That came as quite a surprise, especially after the police were so sure my uncle's death was a heart attack." "So you weren't going to run us off the road at a bridge or something?" He seemed surprised. "No. If I wanted to do away with you, I would have done it when I killed my uncle. At any rate, I'm sure you'll come over to our side in time. You've been brainwashed by your aunts and your shifter friend, so you really need to hear our side of the story." "Your side of the story?" I said without thinking. "Surely you don't think I'll ever trust you? You killed your uncle." He seemed to think that was particularly funny. "This coming from you who are dating a cleaner? That's rich." One thing was bothering me. "How did you kill him?" "That was easy," he said. "He was a diabetic, and I knew where he kept his insulin. I knew he would make you a cup of tea, so I filled the syringe and waited in the kitchen." "What if the police had thought it was murder?" I asked him. "I took steps to make sure they'd think it was a heart attack." "What steps?" he laughed. Never you mind. He was driving fast now, and I recognised the road as the one that led to his house, and I allowed myself another small measure of relief. It would be ideal for him to take me to his house, because if Hecate could somehow convey to the aunts that someone called Weston had taken me away at gunpoint, then the first place they would look would be his farm. My relief was short-lived, as I remembered Hecate swatting flies and rolling around on the floor. Perhaps she was still too far removed from human communication. Weston drove straight into a barn. It was a rickety old barn filled with old bales of rotting hay. At least, that's how it looked on the outside. He drove around the back and pressed a remote in his car, and a panel swung open. I gasped with surprise. The whole hay bale look was a clever disguise, and he drove straight in. "Get out," he said, jerking the gun at me. I did as he asked and walked round the back of the car. "Outside," he said. I walked out into the sunlight, and the panel swung shut. There was an old red Land Rover in his driveway. I assumed that was the car he usually drove, considering he was keeping the white four-wheel drive hidden. I hoped that blue heeler dog of his was tied up somewhere. I wondered if he had CCTV cameras on his property, and thought I might as well ask. "Do you have security cameras around here?" I asked him. "No, why would I?" he said. "No one knows I'm involved with the other." I was relieved. That meant he didn't know that Linda and I had taken his personal concerns, and I didn't want Linda to be in danger too. I was surprised when he marched me towards his house. Given my experience of late, I thought he would lock me in an old barn or a shearing shed. The blue heeler did meet us at the door, but didn't so much as bat an eyelid in my direction, given that Weston was with me. Weston marched me into his house, and then into a spare bedroom. Still keeping one eye on me, and the gun trained on me, he pushed the small single bed across the room, and then opened a trap door. He leant inside the hole in the floor and flicked a switch, and then beckoned me to go over there. "Climb down in there." I froze with fear. "What's down there?" "Your new accommodation," he said. "Go on in. It's not dark." I walked over to the hole and looked in, and saw a ladder. At least I didn't have to jump. I could also see the floor, and that was a plus. As I climbed down the ladder, I heard the trap door over me shut. Disappointment flooded me. I knew the aunts would come looking for me when they discovered I was missing. If Hecate managed to mention Weston's name, they would head straight to his farm. But they would never find me here so carefully concealed. I was also certain the room was soundproofed. I surveyed my surroundings. There was a bed, and even a TV. I remembered hearing once that prisoners were given TVs to keep them more docile. The room was long but narrow. I saw a small refrigerator on the other side of the bed. I opened it and discovered several wrapped sandwiches and numerous bottles of cold water. Sadly, the bottles were plastic and not glass, so I wouldn't be able to use one as a weapon. I walked along to the end of the room and opened the door on the far wall. To my surprise, there was a small bathroom with a toilet, a vanity basin, and a shower. This probably meant he intended to keep me here long term. On second thoughts, surely he had not built this room just for me. There was a pile of men's clothing on the shelf above the bed. Who had he kept here before? My thoughts immediately went to Scorpius Everyman, the evil cleaner heavily involved with the other. This would be a good place to hide out, and not simply a place to keep prisoners. I knew there was no way to escape, but I looked anyway. There was ducted air conditioning through several small grilles at the top of the wall, and a small hole that looked like some sort of ventilation shaft. The walls were of concrete brick, and the floor was concrete. My spirits sank. That was it. Escape was impossible. I had to wait for someone to rescue me. Chapter 21. Weston did not reappear. I had expected he would check on me, but he didn't. I paced up and down for ages and looked for a way of escape, even though I knew there wasn't one. And then I looked for something I could use as a weapon. I even considered smashing the TV and using part of it as a weapon. I considered trying to strangle him with the cord, but there was nothing to cut the cord with, and he appeared much stronger than I was. Occasionally, a moment of blind panic struck me. In those times, I wondered what would happen if no one ever found me. I did my best to push those thoughts out of my head, and did my best to stay calm. There was no Netflix, only free-to-air TV, so I spent hours watching various soap operas. At least I could tell the time from the TV, and I would even be able to see the news that night. Not that the news would give me any insight, because the police thought that Beckett had died from natural causes. By the time the early evening news came, Weston had not made an appearance. I didn't know whether or not that was good. At least he hadn't moved me yet, and I knew that was a good thing, as it gave the aunts a better chance to find me. It also seemed as if I would have to eat more sandwiches for dinner. I hoped Weston would eventually replenish them so I wouldn't starve to death. I sat on the bed and rubbed my forehead. I was going stir-crazy being locked in this room. I was somewhat claustrophobic, so I was pleased that the room was sufficiently big not to bring on a panic attack. But I was in a scary situation. And how would the aunts alert Lucas? They had no way to get in touch with him. Perhaps he would know something was wrong when I didn't answer the phone he had given me. Relief flooded me at the thought. I was sure Lucas could find me somehow. That thought was immediately followed by another, and I gave myself a mental slap. I didn't have Cinderella syndrome, so I was going to have to save myself. I couldn't wait around to be rescued. I needed to formulate a plan, but anything I could think of involved a weapon, and I didn't have one. I was drifting off to sleep watching The Bold and the Beautiful when I heard a scratching sound in the walls. Could it be a rat? I wasn't too fond of wild rats or cockroaches, to be honest. The noise continued along the air shaft, and then one of the grills flew open. I clutched my stomach. Was this an earthquake? I hadn't heard of any past earthquakes in Lighthouse Bay, but there was a first time for everything. What if I was buried down here alive? I broke out in a cold sweat. I continued to stare at the grill, and to my amazement, a cat appeared. "Hecate?" I said in disbelief. The black cat squeezed through the opening and landed on the floor. I scarcely had time to process this before she turned into a woman. "Hecate?" I said again. "Do the aunts know I'm here at Weston's farm?" She nodded. I could have cried with relief. It seemed I would be rescued after all. "Did you tell the aunts that Weston had taken me?" I asked her. She nodded. Apparently she had spoken to my aunts, but she wasn't speaking now. "Clothes," I said as I remembered the pile. I hurried over to them and selected the smallest size of jeans and shirt I could find. "Here you go. Put these on." She managed to dress herself quite well, so I could see she was getting some of her human ways back again already. I wondered what we were going to do. Was she supposed to turn into a cat again and tell the aunts where I was? I asked her, but she looked at me blankly, and I turned off the TV so I could think. And that's when I had an idea. I walked over to Hecate and took her by the shoulders. "Weston, bad man," I said, and she nodded. I walked over to the TV and mimed hitting him over the head with it. It was only a small TV. I picked it up, and it was light yet hard enough to do damage. I pulled the cord out of the wall and wrapped it around the TV, tying it tightly so it would not come loose. "When Weston the bad man comes down the ladder, you hit him over the head hard with the TV. Do you understand?" She nodded. but I wondered if she did understand. There was room behind the ladder to stand upright and to hold the TV over her head. It also played into my hands that the room was well lit over the bed and TV area, but darker around the ladder section. I picked up the TV, positioned myself behind the ladder, and mimed the whole action again. Hecate continued to nod. I wondered if my plan was too dangerous. Weston would probably come down the ladder with a gun, so Hecate would have to be quick. I wondered if perhaps I should ask her to turn back into a cat and tell the aunts I was locked in a basement. I had decided to do that when I heard the trapdoor open. There was no time for Hecate to turn back into a cat. I wondered if I should tell her to hide in the bathroom, but there was no time for that either. She had picked up the TV and was standing behind the ladder, so it looked as if we would have to go through with our plan. My blood ran cold. "Go down near the bathroom so I can see you," Weston called out. "I have a gun, so don't try anything funny. I'm bringing you some dinner, so if you try anything, you won't get any more." I hurried down to the bathroom. "I won't try anything," I called. "I'm standing by the bathroom door like you asked me." "Stay right there." I saw Weston's legs coming down the ladder and then saw a hand holding a gun which was pointed at me. I was relieved that he was craning his neck to look at me. Over his elbow was a plastic bag, and I thought I could see the outline of a microwave dinner packet in there. "What's for dinner?" I asked, trying to get his attention. "Some sort of curry," he said. "It's not too hot, is it?" I said. "I don't want to seem ungrateful, but I don't like curry." I had to do everything I could to keep his attention focused on me. He had no chance to respond because Hecate brought the full force of the television straight down on his head. I was shocked that she had so much strength, having been in cat form for so long, but then I suppose she was supple. The gun flew out of his hand. I hurried over and grabbed it. "Quick, up the ladder, Hecate," I said. She went up the ladder in double quick time. I was right on her heels, casting a backward glance at Weston. He didn't look too good, given that the television had gone right through his head. There was a gash on his forehead, but it wasn't bleeding too badly. I bolted the trapdoor down with all its deadbolts. When I looked around, Hecate was gone. "Hecate!" I called, but there was no response. I wanted to run outside, but I was still holding the gun. I didn't know anything about guns, and I didn't want it to go off, so I walked quite slowly, pointing it away from me. I had only reached the living room when all the aunts burst through the door. I put the gun on the ground. All the aunts ran and embraced me tightly. "Are you all right?" Aunt Agnes said, enveloping me in a tight hug. "She can't speak because you're crushing her," Maud said. "Give the girl some air." "Hecate saved me," I said. "Did she tell you Weston had taken me away?" Aunt Agnes released me. "After a fashion. She managed to tell us that Weston had taken you at gunpoint. We figured he had gone to his farm, so we drove straight out here. When we got here, Hecate shifted back into cat form and ran into the house. I beckoned to them to follow me into the spare room. He was keeping me in some sort of basement, I told them. We locked him in there. I pointed to the trap door. I think he's also using it as a hiding place for people who are working for the other. I wouldn't be surprised if Scorpius Everyman hid down there. It has a fridge, a television, and a bathroom. I should say it had a television because Hecate knocked him over the head with it. So he's locked in that basement room now? Aunt Agnes asked me. I nodded. I think he's injured too. Good, all the aunts said in unison. Serves him right, Aunt Dorothy said with feeling. He admitted he was working for the other, and he admitted killing Beckett with insulin. He was worried Beckett would tell me something about my parents. Tell you what? Aunt Maud said. I shrugged. I asked him, but he wouldn't tell me. He said he was going to exchange me for someone. The aunts exchanged glances. By the way, we got the results back on those biscuits you took from Beckett's house. They weren't poisoned, but it's no surprise, not after Weston's confession, Aunt Agnes said. Where's his dog? I asked them, suddenly remembering the blue heeler. He has a particularly vicious dog. We managed to lock the dog in one of the bedrooms, Aunt Agnes said. We threw a whole packet of dog food in there with him, so he seemed quite happy about it. I couldn't hear any doors rattling, so I figured the dog was somehow placated. Hecate walked over to me. Thanks for saving me, Hecate, I said. She pointed to herself and said, Brina. Chapter 22. The following morning, I was sitting in the back garden of Mugwort Manor with my aunts Linda and Brina. I would have to get used to calling her that rather than Hecate. It would help if she stayed in human form. The unpleasant boarder was out for the day on a whale-watching tour boat. Hopefully that would lift his mood. Linda and Brina were drinking iced lemonade. Linda was sipping hers through a straw, and Brina had poured hers into a saucer and was lapping it. The aunts and I were drinking witch's brew. I simply can't believe it, Linda said. I had just finished telling her the whole story of my abduction by Weston Maxwell. And he's still in the basement, she asked me. I nodded. There are some sandwiches left in the fridge and plenty of bottles of water. He won't starve to death or die of dehydration. When are you going to let him out? She said. I shook my head. I'm not. I'm leaving him to Lucas. I smiled as I said it. I wouldn't want to be in Weston's shoes. Aunt Agnes offered Linda a chocolate, which she accepted. Yes, Lucas called us in a panic when he couldn't get onto Valkyrie, Aunt Agnes said. Luckily, Brina, had already managed to tell us that Weston had kidnapped Valkyrie. And Agnes was left with the most unpleasant task of breaking the news to Lucas, Aunt Maud said. Aunt Agnes shuddered. He was distressed and angry. Oh, I could hear him yelling from where I was standing, Maud added. I bit my lip. Lucas had told me not to get myself into any danger, but who would have thought Weston would turn up at the manor with a gun? I was hardly out looking for danger. At least, that was my story, and I intended to stick to it. I selected a dark chocolate-coated Turkish delight and popped it into my mouth. I followed it with a peppermint cream. I can't wait for Brina to speak more, so we can find out her story, Linda said. Aunt Agnes agreed. Brina is making great progress in her human form. Aunt Agnes had her back to Brina, who was bounding into the air, chasing a butterfly across the garden. I stifled a laugh. Well, it's turned chilly all of a sudden, Aunt Maud said, and the sky is darkening. It must be a big storm coming in. Just look at those dark clouds. She stopped speaking and looked behind me. I turned to see Lucas striding towards our little group. You're back, I said, smiling at him. I am, he said. Excuse me, ladies, but I need to speak with Pepper for a few moments. Pepper, walk with me to the beach. I grabbed my coat and followed him, but in the rush of excitement at seeing him again, at seeing his twinkling eyes and that smile, I'd accidentally taken one of the aunt's coats. Here, he said as we walked, take mine. I pulled on his coat, delighting at how the material smelt earthy, like him. It feels like you were gone forever, he said, and he smiled at me once more. And you weren't? We both laughed. The sea breeze picked up, and I rested my cheek on his shoulder. He felt strong. I didn't want to talk about where he had been, or the murder that had just been solved. I just wanted to walk with him along the beach and listen to the birds and the waves and the distant rumble of traffic forever. We kissed then, the light dimming all around us, and I knew I was safe. I saw two people walking along the sand in our direction.
I idly wondered why they were walking on the off-leash dog beach without a dog. But then again, Lucas and I were walking there too, without a dog. Lucas leant in close and whispered in my ear,
"Pepper, act cool. Act as if you're just stopping to make polite conversation with these people. I will arrange a more in-depth meeting later when it's safe. They insisted on seeing you right now. I just fetched them back to Australia." His hand steadied me. I turned to him, puzzled, and then looked at the man and woman. They were closer now. I gasped as I recognised them. "Lucas," I croaked. "My parents." The next book, Witch's Craft. Papa Jasper finally discovers what happened with her parents, but with another murder at Mugwort Manor and someone close to home spying on the Jaspers, danger lurks around every corner. Can Pepper solve the murder and escape a near-death experience? Or has Pepper's luck run out?